I haven't used for like 2 years. But I'm thinking, so if I go to Nigeria now, all I need to do is just to call the or go to any of these MTN whatever they call them, and then they will hook me up with one line with the numbers and all that. Is that can I do that, or Benny?
Yes. So if you have
Okay.
Yes, you can do
NIN,
that.
then they'll connect it to you
Oh,
for
Benny,
you.
do you know what even how even worse?
Yeah.
My number in Nigeria, I left with my elder sister, so that if I want to deal with anything on my bank account, I'll be able to get messages. My sister, I have to send my NIN to my sister in Nigeria. He went there and link with the BVN before the number is working. As I'm talking to you, they blocked my sister's number. He's using my phone number now to call. You can't call anymore.
But Thomas, I am here in Saudi Arabia. I still receive call. I receive messages from Nigeria.
It's because you
Even
are
It's
outside the
because
country.
if I do, just hold
your
on.
SIM,
If I
your SIM, see what NBC said is your SIM will work outside Nigeria, right? It will work outside Nigeria. But the moment you step into Nigeria, it detects your
when
SIM.
did they started that?
Like towards the end of last year. If you enter Nigeria, it detects your team.
Because
Once
I was in Nigeria in
when
October. I enter and came back and nothing happened. I still
like
use
how you spend like how many days or weeks or
I spent 35 days.
35 days. So why is it not working? Because my own immediately
Oh
I
no, it
enter.
was working. My phone. I said I didn't have
Simba is
any
using
problem with my
juju.
line.
No, no,
That's
no,
That's
why.
no,
what I'm saying
Simba.
now. I'm
Simba,
wondering
let me
what
ask
happened
you a
to your
question.
own. So
Have you
is either they have linked your BVN to your N9 already, but or you are registered before you left Nigeria.
exactly? That's what I was going to ask. Or
But I
maybe you
didn't
have
make
some.
okay.
You
Did
have a
you
registered business
register
in
it
Nigeria too, right?
before you
You
left
have a
Nigeria?
registered business,
I have a business register, yes.
and some of those
So if you
data.
have registered it, they must have linked your NIN to your BVN and to the SIM.
So somewhere along the line, you've done property in that you are not aware of. So that's the way I see it. Okay.
Oh, okay. Because another thing is that I have a lot of SIMs I use also, but not for communication. I use it for maybe for all this data for camera, and all of them are still functioning.
Okay.
You know,
Where did you get where did you get all
That's
those
a
from?
gap
So
in the
are you
system.
saying along the line you've never submitted your NIN for because
No,
like
I'm
when I
not talking about NIN, the BVN thing that they are talking about. That's what I use my NIN to purchase all these ones I'm talking about. In fact, and
okay
then even what the way they did it is that there is a maximum number of number you can register with your NIN also,
okay
especially
so the point of
with
contention now
a
is even with telecommunication number, right?
BVN, this so BVN that they are talking about that has to be linked with BVN.
Well, I
Or
think
maybe there is a way they can link. I think maybe there is a way they link all the line that you have, irrespective of the provider, network provider, together.
but you provide your number to your bank, right? When you have
Yes,
BVN with the
yes.
bank I provide, yeah, they are linked together already.
No,
So they are
especially my ATM number. That's the only number that I give them. But every other
so
number is not with the bank.
so your data, you have your data with NIMS. So you don't have anything to worry with. They have it. They have it.
Okay.
my bank is the one that actually helped me get the BV number. I didn't do nothing. They just did it and sent it to me. Anyway, everything about Nigeria is always upside down. I hope uh you're able, I mean,
Everything about Nigeria, where that we
I mean,
don't know.
this is how you know that if the agency you mentioned earlier are actually working and ensuring that these communication companies are doing their job and do the by now we should be having the identity of those people that are on the phone talking to the family members of the kidnapped, and track it down, and be able to identify them, based on the information they submitted for the registration of NIM and the PVN. But it seems that is to tell you that not everything is being done. If not, you will be able to know those people. But I think
Eh,
You know, you know,
yeah,
yeah,
It's not the
Adewale,
function of whether they have number or they have data. It's all about political will. See, even before the advent of technology, the police within your area, if you will think they don't know the criminals within your area, you are just deceiving yourself. They know. But the thing is, when you are trying to enforce some things, they sometimes they fight against power that they know that they can never survive. So it is all about winningness. Don't I see from now to tomorrow, nobody can tell me that Nigerian security agency agents they don't know some of these criminals. Then you start asking yourself questions. How come that other countries that are not as advanced as Nigeria, even in terms of data gathering and some tools to even enforce, how come they were able to decide decisively? So the
Ola,
problem in Nigeria is more of politics than the right to
Ola, let me
control.
let me even let me support what you are just saying. There was a time a guy was owing me some amount of money, and the guy was running all over the place. Not even the police; it was the civil defense that I reported. One of my friend gave me a number of a civil defense guy, and we're able to track this guy just by his phone. In fact, he switched off his phone, and we're able to actually get the location of this guy, and we caught him. You understand? So for the our own security outfit not to know and be able, okay, I have a friend who is a rear admiral. I'm no a air vice marshal in Air Force now. In fact, he's one of the big the senior officers of Nigerian Air Force. There was a guy that was working with, he has a business, but the guy he discovered that the guy was actually stealing his money, and he wanted to know, he was tracking these guys with their device, any conversation, everything that this guy is doing, the guy was tracking it. You understand? So for them to now say they don't know all these people that are calling it, they are claiming ransom, and it's not true. And that's why we are saying that there are some people who are conspiring with this criminal among our security personnel that are not making the fight against insecurity of our country to be successful. There are a lot of people that are sabotaging that effort, and I don't know what the government can do about it.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Simba. Thomas, before we go, where's your YouTube link? I want to send it. I can't
Ah,
find it, so I mean,
and Simba, you don't need to go too far. You see, when you have colleagues, let me share a little experience of what happened to me recently, a few days ago. I was, among some guys, some colleagues here, and Nigerians were gisting, and they were telling me, in fact, they were the first to even draw my attention to this dollar that is falling and everything. They were not happy. Ah, my God! In fact, I almost fought them, because for me, I was saying, "Oh, good news! That's what we should be expecting from Nigeria. This thing
Albany, have you
stop."
tried what one man sent to you? It works, so I
It
just
works,
checked.
but I can't find my own now. I'll be able to check by me with money. I'm telling you,
I just,
Baba.
I just it works.
no,
So
no,
I
no.
just saw all my
Did you
shares now.
register with Nigerian Stock Exchange? Do you have your all those things
I did
registered
too.
electronically before you
I
left?
just I just bought it that time when they were selling, and they were convincing everybody about, as if that is like what will give us our life savings in life.
No, I did my own electronics registration as far back as 2007, 2008.
I
And
didn't.
I've not, and those are the things I'm still assessing to today.
I did. I
So
bought mine during that.
no. You have an account with Nigerian Stock Exchange.
I didn't.
You know
That's the
when
problem I have.
Yes. Yeah.
So look at your account. So because every transaction, if they are doing that and it's not going to your account, then I think you need to take up whosoever is doing that. Maybe so don't take it lightly, because I know some of those people are crooks. Some of them are almost billionaires. Some of them are billionaire, and that's how they make the. Some of them.
I still have my document with me, and I know anytime I'm ready, I will still get it down.
Please take it off. Me, as I tell you, I have some land people that I want to fight when I get to Nigeria. So there are so many crooks in that country. I'm sorry.
I don't fight people.
Ola, so your mission to Nigeria is you are going to fight a lot of people.
Okay,
you are going to fight in Nigeria.
Look at it this way. Look at it this way. You bought land. Yes, sir. You bought land. You bought land in 2007 for someone to be telling you now to come and see.
Ola, iti ba obe jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Jálẹ̀kòkò máa ṣe mẹ́yìn òkìtì lára ẹ̀. Ola lágídí ni.
Because agidi are based on what?
Àwọn London Ondo state ìrúngbà yẹn kó tó pín state yẹn sí méjì.
Look. It is true that in agidi we have someone. We are stubborn. Now the thing is this: we are not stubborn for no purpose. We have purpose to our stubbornness. You want to take our right away from us? Some people will say,
No,
I know now. People will say, no, we don't need to buy for long. We are going to fight it to the cost. So when we finish the one on this surface of the earth, then we go and settle in heaven again. So we don't see
Ọlá.
Okay. Okay. If you shoot an
Ekiti ṣe rí lọ́jọ́ sọ fún ẹ̀yẹn o.
If you shoot an Ekiti man and the Ekiti man is not fighting back,
wọ́n bẹ ìjà láyé wọ́n ti lọ bẹ ìjà lọ́run.
Okay.
That's Ekiti for you. Ekiti.
Maybe we go back to our talking point. We are deviating now.
Ekiti is in Ekiti. You see somebody.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni.
Yes.
I think we should discuss about this Ningi matter that what's the name of our brother? Femi Falana is taking up against the Akpabio that if we fail to reinstate him in the next 7 days, oh my,
reinstating who?
the assembly waru. So let's talk about it.
This is a Falan of the man. I hope the man is still in the right sense. I think it's getting things, a lot of things wrong these days. So it's getting too excessive, which is
no. It's fighting for the supremacy of the constitution. It's not getting anything wrong.
Babaja. He's fighting for
what they did for that guy. I mean, the analysis is wrong. Well, I mean, they're trying to take away the mandate of the people that that guy is representing. So,
are you talking about
anything illegal? I want to hear Ogbeni on that.
No, hold on, Baba Jálẹ̀kòkò. Are you talking about Senator Ningi?
Yes, he has not done anything illegal.
Okay.
He was only asking questions.
Falan is chasing shadow. Even before Ogbeni speak, he's chasing shadow. You know why? Because the Senate. No, it doesn't have to be interpreted by a lawyer.
Are you a lawyer? How do you know?
Wait, everything has not have to be default to a lawyer. Wait, Baba Jálẹ̀kòkò.
He's a Google lawyer now.
Thank God, thank you, Jerry. I Google.
I'm a Google lawyer.
And it's not a rocket science, okay? It's chasing shadow in the sense that the National Assembly, both chambers have standing rules that they follow. It's just like when you report to work. You're a banker, you belong to a banker association, and you're also the banks that you work for. If you run afoul of the policy of the organization, they will punish you, right? So, and the House decided to punish him. So him And that is taking him to court. He's saying that he was he knows that he's chasing shadow. He knows that.
Adewale, I'm beginning to doubt your citizenship. How can you disrespect Femi Falana?
He's a compromised Ekiti man.
No mind that man. I don't even think he can speak the language anymore.
Hey, I'm a DNA test when you.
He's from Kwara State. He's from Kwara State. He's not from Ekiti.
They will run DNA test for you.
Adewale is from Kwara. He's not from Ekiti.
You don't see my face. You don't see my big head. That's how you know I'm from Ekiti.
Kwara kó gbabẹ̀ lọ sí Niger State kó máa lọ sí ìlú Zamfara tó ti wá.
Look,
what you just said is a very grievous thing. Why are you doubting the DNA of Adewale?
Adewale is supposed to be Omualade in Ekiti. He is from a royal family, and for a royal for someone that can be a royal father, we not recognize what the like of Femi Falana has done for that country. When you want to talk of people that have done so much for that country, you'll be talking of Gani Fawemi, you'll be talking of Femi Falana, you'll be talking of Olise Agbakoba, and so many legal luminaries. And Femi Falana is someone that people will just talk as if we are talking to one person on the street.
I
won't take that one.
Ola, you cannot do that this morning. That man excess is getting too much these days.
There's nothing like
So if we are talking of Femi Falana, what about Olanipekun? Femi Falana is just making noise. You know, they call them activists, right? They're always the first person to hold a microphone to yell. When this man, when he was contesting for Ekiti governor, right? He did not even score. How many votes did he score? So
Ola Adewale Timothy yo.
Look at this thing. I asked you a question. Why?
Because the man was fine.
Right now, why was Femi Falana jailed unnecessarily several times? What was he fighting for?
I'm not contesting his previous fight and all those.
He was fighting for you. We talk now, even though we know it's on Twitter. We are bold enough to talk now.
Ola, I'm not contesting.
Your roof, you can't even talk.
I'm not contesting his previous advocacy.
Ola, what is your point now? So because he is from Ekiti and it is suspended, we should not talk against him. Is that what you are saying? I don't know what is your.
For those people, for the like of Wole Soyinka, for the likes of Gani, for the like of
please prove me wrong, please. Prove me wrong.
Let's give Ogbeni chance to educate us. Listen then.
For me, first and foremost, there is no way you can overlook Femi Falana's contribution to the legal space in Nigeria. There is no way. Particularly in the area of press freedom, in the area of fundamental human rights, in the area of employment laws, labor, trade union, and the likes in Nigeria. Those are lawyers that have slept severally in prison with people like Gani Fawemi. In fact, even before Gani Fawemi time, Femi Falana went to Obafemi Law University, the same university I went to. He was the secretary of the student union government. He was locked and put in prison by Buhari government in the 80s. And then, was it Buhari or Obasanjo government, military? And then Buhari time. And then since then, he has never left activism in Nigeria.
Speak to this issue of Ningi.
Thank you. Now, if you now go to Femi Falana practice, Femi Falana has this. He's not a conventional lawyer like Wole Olanipekun that you see during election petition and everything around. Femi Falana carved a niche for himself, and that is the area of human rights, area of press freedom, area of labor, employment, trade union. Recently, I see him now had.
You are still repeating what you said earlier.
He has now added military. military into it, that court martial. I see him appearing more in court martial, which is still related to the human rights in and co. Now, let me narrate on this National Assembly thing. Fenfano is simply doing what he has been doing, and that's why I'm trying to paint his background. He has simply been doing what he has been doing before, probably because these days now we have social media, so you tend to see many of his illegal activism outside, and that is why probably all this, like this man is getting old. He has not changed his style. That is what he has been doing over time. So what was it about Ningi? Now Ningi is his client. You won't shut any lawyer up from taking a case from his client and then pursuing his client's case. If you find yourself also in the shoes of Ningi, you will go and pick somebody like Fenfano to represent you. That's the point. You won't go and pick somebody like Wodolan Beguda, you know, he's the election petition lawyer. You will go and pick human rights lawyer like Fenfano to come and find your cause. So Ningi has a lawyer, he has a right to his lawyer constitutionally. Fenfano is representing him within his rights. He has his license to practice. So what is the way he's going about it? He's in his own usual way. Fenfano is a press person, always in media. Even before the social media thing, you will see him NTA, the days of Minaj and others. Fenfano must be there to talk his own. Many of his cases, you always take it to media. You remember the case of this governor, former Enugu governor, that locked his wife in the house. Fenfano was the one representing that woman now. And how did he fight it? He went on media and started making the governor, I've forgotten the governor's name, one very young governor of Enugu back then.
Okay, the one that they said the wife has a mental issue that and I was looking at
Fenfano was the one representing. So Sullivan, yeah. So Fenfano has been like that. He will take his case on media. He will be
and we're asking for the merit of his argument. Do you think he has a point?
Now go to the merit of his argument. Yes, Fenfano is you see, in law there is something you call, how do I put it? You expand the frontier of law. The law as of today is that the National Assembly, the Senate president can suspend a member, right? Because they have a rules. They live by their own rules. So if you flout their rules within the house, they have their rules, they can melt penalty and make punishment. And part of their punishment is that we are suspending you 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 months, and others. But this is the angle Fenfano is coming from. Yes, this is the position of your position as it stands now. Fenfano is saying that we must expand this frontier of law, that this position is against the Constitution, which is allowed in law. You can expand the frontiers of law. You can feel like this law is not right when we look at some provisions of the Constitution, which for me is my how do I put it, the position I've always been taking on this issue, that all senators are equal. You are representing my constituency in Ekiti and somebody from Akwa Ibom will come and suspend you for what? So do you legislate for me at that time when you are suspended? So who protects my right? Who represents me at that time? So why will you deprive me from my own constituency, you from your constituency, whatever you are coming from? I don't know you. Why will you deprive the senator that is representing me from representing me at that time?
Sorry, but what about their house rule? That if you...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So what Fenfano is saying, which is also my position, is that house rule cannot supersede the Constitution. That senator is representing a constituency in that Senate. Don't see that senator as just like the way you will see maybe member of a classroom and then captain can suspend.
The suspension of Ningi is just like a suspension of his consistency.
Yes, that's the way I see it. So if you suspend Ningi, the time that Ningi is supposed to stand in that floor of the house to protect his own people.
But what if Ningi dies? What happens?
Then they conduct another election to Ningi. That's the constitution.
But it's going to take some time. So it's not as if he was suspended, he was not sacked.
Simba, if Ningi dies,
you see why they say lawyer can't make it.
Let me land on it. If you know, we are just expanding the frontiers of laws there. We are rethinking the law. It's an area of law on its own. You rethink it so that because law is dynamic. Law is not static. It's
So
meant for human beings.
Ola, sorry.
Or
From your
not Ola
Ola
Ogbeni.
Bibabu.
Ogbeni.
Ogbeni,
You
sorry.
see the professor talking and you are saying Ola.
Sorry, Ogbeni, from your
Okay.
You got to
submission
get
now.
respect the fella and none here. When the prof is talking, listen.
I beg
I
Joko
wish
Loro Falana Jare until
I wish Ola is just an IT person. I beg.
Ogbeni, from your submission now, that means
Yeah.
that it could be very difficult for the House leadership to enforce any of their rule if any of them did something against what they have in the House.
No, it
So-
won't be difficult. Do you know why? What Fempano is simply saying is this: look for other way of punishing them, not to lead to suspend them
I
from
think
their duty.
Akpabio should just withdraw his money for the next 6 months. That
Maybe something like that. I don't know, but that one said he will still say, "I work for my money. Why will you withdraw my money?"
Why I would not withdraw?
They can tell you to go to gallery now. That's a good punishment.
Is it not this that confused the labor leaders? That
Go and sit in the gallery.
So the constitution does not recognize
the contributing from the gallery. What do you say?
Ogbeni,
Yeah.
No.
you're saying the constitution does not recognize the house rule. Is that what you're saying? That
No, the constitution recognizes that the Senate should have their rules. What Fevano is claiming is that the rules that the constitution bettered or that flows from the constitution cannot run against the constitution, because the constitution is your ground norm. Do you get what I'm saying? You test the validity of the constitution, the validity of any rules or any laws that stem from the constitution by the provision of the constitution. So it mustn't run contrary to it.
In the real sense of that man have not even violated the rule in the first place. Hold on now. Hold on. He has not violated the rules. He didn't do anything illegal. He didn't do anything. Hold on now. Hold on. He was just asking question. And we have seen it in this advanced world where we work, where you see the congressman will even speak against the position of the Congress. Right there in the Congress,
let us get something straight.
So he has not done anything wrong.
No,
that
the act of Parliament. No,
he was just asking question.
He
was just asking
question in BBC Hausa or in the Senate.
He did because the house rule made it compulsory for all the members to run through the principal officers before they go to the press. So he knew what he was getting involved with, and he knew he's going to be punished for it. He knew what the penalty is going to be. Okay, so the fact that when you discover any findings and all that, you have to approach the principal officer of the house. They have the process that they have to follow. Now, even though he approached the president of the Senate, he did not submit what was asked for, and there was no finality on his new discovery or whatever. But he went and addressed the press through BBC Hausa, and he was trying to change what he said in that interview. Or perhaps he said it was misrepresented one way or the other. And he went to the media further to clarify that, which was also wrong foul, because he derived his power, or should I say, in democracy, he derived his from the body that he belongs to, the organ of government that he belongs to. You can't act outside of that body. Yes, he was chosen as a representative of his constituency, but he belongs to a body of the government that makes decision collectively. And when you have a discovery or something, whatever you want to place before the house, you have to approach or go through the process. Going through the media without being cleared shows that you are running afoul of the rules of the house that he belongs to. So his constitutional right, I don't think it was violated, because he knew that the penalty that comes after what he did is going to be severe. Now, the severity of that penalty is what I'm not sure, which I think it is 6 months or 9 months that was given to him. I don't think it should be married that long. I think the rule says 14, but depends on the discretion of the president of the Senate or whatever. But he knew. So even though it was for good cause, he should have followed the due process of the organs that he belongs to. He can't just act outside of the organ of government that it derive his power or derive his authority from. It's
Don't
not
worry.
executive.
Can
Look,
I
Akpabio
say
have a
something?
responsibility to restate him within
Baba Dale
7 days.
Koko.
If he
Can I
Yeah,
fails
I
say
to
gave him
do
option
that,
to
then you will
to
know whether he's
apologize.
wrong or not.
Baba Dale Koko? Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
You see, for me, I don't know the exact provision of the rules that he has breached, but this is my reading of the whole thing. I've not read their rules. I've read their rules before, but a very long time ago during David Mark time. But so I can't really understand what is even there now. I can't remember. But if there's anything I think he has breached, first is by going outside the fold to grant press interview, not only to just grant interview, but to grant that interview on falsehood. That's the major issue. And then having not run through the issue within the system before going outside to peddle the falsehood. And then when they called him within the house to explain himself, he couldn't explain himself. He started saying they misquoted him and things like that. And so by that implication, it's a constructive, a constructive acceptance of his faults, So, and on that basis, that went public, and he more like potting the public against the National Assembly or against his fellow senators, and then playing the tribal card thing and everything. I think that was the reason. So I don't know which exact rule. Maybe the rule exists and everything. But my own is that let's even assume that he breached their rule. What Femfano is attacking is not. Femfano is telling you that, look, this man is representing some people. This man does not derive his power from you, the Senate.
It does. It does.
Derives his power.
Ogbeni,
It can't act outside the parliament that it belongs to. It cannot.
Yes. No. It
Sorry,
derives his power from the
Ogbeni,
Constitution.
I just want to quickly put this to you. All
Okay,
what
super.
I'm saying, you are right. But what about disparaging the old Senate itself? That budget padding, it caused the Senate House to lose their respect in the eyes of Nigerians. What about that? It's not good.
Simba, you are right.
I'm not saying that this is Remy.
Oh, Remy, sorry. You are right, Remy. But what we are addressing is the punishment. Ori bibe, onkolo ogun ori fifo. You don't say because I have headache, then cut the head. That's what Fenfano is saying. Yes, there are, okay, why is it that we have a penal code? One says that if somebody rape, let the person go to life imprisonment. The other one says if somebody kill somebody, then let the person be killed. Another one says if somebody steal something, okay, give the person 5. So your punishment must be commensurate with the offense. They are all criminals. Those 3 sets are just.
Ogbeni, you know why I would not buy your argument is the fact that the House make the rule for themselves. No
But
outsider is going to make the rule or the level of punishment that it will merit. So
the issue is this: the punishment cannot run against the Constitution. The
okay, which
Constitution
portion
is
of the
supreme.
Constitution says that any serving?
See where Fevano is now attacking. Now, the Constitution, every senator in Nigeria derives a power from the Constitution. What we operate in Nigeria is a constitutional democracy. It's not a parliamentary.
The power to legislate, is that what you're saying?
Yes, the power to be in that, the power to congregate.
But I'm also drawing your attention to the tenet of democracy, which guarantee that the organs of government that make it government, the legislative and the executive, and he belongs to the legislative that is not just individual, but a collective number of people. That is where they derive the authority to make law.
No, you are missing.
Guaranteed by the Constitution.
No,
I think you should understand what Ogbeni is trying to. Ogbeni is trying to tell you in a simple language. No matter what they do to you at the house, the Nigerian Constitution supersedes their house rules. And that means you have a right to take them to court as a member of the house if you think your right is being infringed.
And Remy, look at what Adewale, the area Adewale is missing it is this, or missing it all. In UK, for instance, what they practice is parliamentary supremacy. We don't do that in Nigeria. The parliament is not supreme. It's the Constitution that is supreme in Nigeria. So you can't transplant the system from UK, for instance, to Nigeria. We have a written constitution, everything is there, and every senator derives their legislative power from the constitution, not that building, not that parliament.
Yeah, but it's also subjected for punishment whenever any lawmaker is heard. I mean, if you do something wrong, you can't claim constitution. I mean, you can't use constitution to back you of your wrongdoing, knowing fully well that you run foul of the standing rule of the organ
And the
that you belong to.
punishment must not run contrary to the constitution. Let me give you an instance.
Yeah, but the constitution would not specify how the severity of that punishment. Is the house themselves that will make this
So when the constitution don't give you power to legislate, and the house is taking that power away from you for 9 months, is that not running contrary to the constitution?
So what should be done to any members
That is what they should go and rethink and make sure that whatever punishment they are bringing now must not run contrary to the constitution.
No matter what they come up with, somebody is still going to challenge them by saying that they don't even have the right to punish them, even if they give them 1 day suspension. They will still say,
no, I've given you an instance. For instance, I gave you an instance of sending that. I'm just thinking it now. You're so far. I gave you an instance of sending the man to the gallery. Is enough to ridicule him. You know where gallery is in the parliamentary
yes,
session.
we know now.
So
send it to the gallery. You can't be talking from the gallery.
So
the issue,
the contention now is the punishment, right? That does not commensurate.
Punishment.
Yes.
Don't
Okay.
deprive him the power to legislate.
Ogbeni,
one voice. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you are now saying that the punishment was too much, was too severe, so what constitution says that this is the level of punishment that should be meted, or this is how anybody that run foul in the National Assembly must be punished? They are the one that make the rule.
I've not said the punishment is too severe. I said no matter how minute the punishment is, it must not run contrary to the constitution. And this one runs contrary to the constitution because it takes away the power to legislate.
Yeah, but if you send somebody to the gallery, that person would not participate in the preliminary.
He will. They will allow him to contribute, but from the gallery. That's ridiculous.
What difference does that make? You send somebody to the gallery, but
let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Did the man commit any offense?
I think
contrary to the house?
Yes,
I don't know what the rule says, but I think yes, and I've explained it here.
The rules is very simple. If you have any grievances, you go to the house leadership and complain. But he went on to the what do you call it? He went on to the Hausa service and also Okibaloye.
So he has not put his position to the house, his complaint before going on social media.
This is it. He put his position to some of the leadership. He didn't wait for them to resolve the issue. They said he should come back and bring his facts. He didn't. What he did immediately was that to go to press.
So if you do the crime, you should do the time, isn't it?
No. Yeah. So General Thomas, the point now is this. The point is not even whether he's guilty or not. Fevano is not saying whether you are guilty. It could be you tomorrow. It could be me tomorrow as a legislator. What Fevano is saying is this. Look at the logic in this. You have a senator representing me from Ekiti. I have another senator representing from Akwa Ibom. Another from maybe Kano. We are all equal in the eyes of the law. We are all senators. No one is equal than the other, right? But we now choose somebody by virtue of privilege to lead us, right? Because we must have a leader. Now, what Trevano is saying is this. The power donated in me to legislate, to make law for Federal Republic of Nigeria is to represent my people in that place. Somebody who is as equal as me cannot send me out.
Who says that? Who says
the Constitution.
That? Do you know that? But you also recognize that this same house can expose serve exposure to any of their members, right?
Expulsion. That's what we are challenging. They can't expel their member.
Well, you are the lawyer, but I don't want to.
They
Benny,
should be.
I have another
I mean, I give you that respect. You're a lawyer. I'm not a
yeah,
lawyer, but
I understand the position he's trying
Let's
to
hear
take,
from Remy.
and he
Remy,
did
yeah.
have a
if
very good point.
I'm of the opinion that this the body that it belongs to can also expel you
No,
from
no,
that chamber.
Adewale, I want you to take this question. Now, a senator can be recalled by his constituency.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, and it is the voters that vote for the senator. Now,
Yes.
let's say because those he has the same right as all those principal officers, they just choose them as their leader. Now,
Yes.
this leader now say, okay, you, Mr. Adewale, we don't want you anymore. Then we expose we
No,
expel.
it's not for a
No, no, it's
very
not the
solid
same
ground.
thing. No, how would you vote? How would you? What would you do? That means you don't have any representation anymore. That means
Yes.
Yeah, but,
that is
hold on, Remy. Hold on, Remy. You see, the same presidential system that we copied virtually everything back to back from America, so to say. Now, whether from the lower chamber or the or upper chamber, they have the way they conduct their business. Now, any of their members that is not of good character or perhaps found to less of what is supposed to be in character and all that, there's a way they will have a case, and he also have the right to the question and answer those questions that that the house found him wanting of. Now if they now concluded that they found him guilty of those charges, then they can expel him from the chamber. We've seen that happen in the United States where a member was.
so if that happened in the United States,
Oh,
did they not
I'm
say
coming.
another
I'm
election?
coming. I'm
Okay.
coming. I'm just using it as an example. Now, the same right that the House derived to punish or any of their members that run foul of their rule, this same right guaranteed that they can also use it to respond that person from the chamber. Now, to say that person cannot be sent away from the chamber simply because he derived his power from people, his constituency that elected him. I also want to say that it's as a senator or as a lawmaker, you are sent to represent. Now, your authority is derived from the body that you belongs to. Now, you can't just exercise power and to say, oh, singly you are above the board and you are not going to be subjected to any rule of the house simply because the people that send you to the chamber uh have more authority over you. Now, so that means every member can do whatever they pleases in
You
the
are
house.
missing the point, oh.
Okay.
The point is not that you won't be subject to the rule. If the rule is in accordance with the constitution, you will. Why not? Then the second point is that um where you derive your authority is not the house. Don't make that mistake. Where you derive your authority is the constitution. It's not the house. It's not the congregation. It's the constitution. So whatever both the house and you and anybody we do must be in accordance with that. It is that constitution that guides all of us. That is what must guide the house, the senate, the president. That's what must guide everybody. That's what they call the rule of law. The constitution must guide us. So if the constitution now say, you, Mr. ABC, between the period of 1st of January to so of December, you are elected to go and represent your people in the National Assembly. And one man will sit in that place and say, because you offend us in this house, therefore we remove you from this house from legislating from so time to so time. That's a direct contrast to what the constitution donates to you. And whatever the constitution gives you, nobody can take it away from you except in accordance with that constitution. That's what Empowerment is saying. Whatever you cannot give, you can't take. It's a principle in law.
Mm.
You can't take what you cannot give.
Well,
The,
I disagree with that principle
the
uh,
house cannot take it. It's
because
just like in office now. Your employer who employs you is the only person who can fire you. Your co-worker cannot fire you.
yeah, but so for any
Can we
any
just
any
move on so that Bishop can say something? Or those, I mean, you don't need to be flogging it too long or something like that.
Anyway, so Femi Falana is doing his work, he's doing his job. He's a lawyer. People should not tell him. You should just leave the man alone.
So
Yes.
where was he when Omar Gigi was suspended for a year before he challenged? Where was he?
He challenged. Maybe he didn't brief Fevano. Fevano will not just be jumping on any case now. If you don't brief him, he will know. That's what they call blanching in law now. If nobody
on a lighter note, most of these cases that you always take, is it for free or does he always charge money?
Why will he be for free? He's a lawyer now. He'll be collecting his fee now.
Okay.
He studied to get his license now. He doesn't say tomato or pepper.
So, Ogbeni, before you go, my question to you is this: because you are a seasoned lawyer, and a lot of Nigeria always condemn the Nigerian constitution. So, I want to know your position. Do you think we should write a new constitution, or we should just continue to amend the 1997?
We've debated these things severally now. Everybody knows my position on that now.
I don't know. Maybe I was not there the day.
Why? I've asked every one of them to tell me which country. Is there any country that just discarded their constitution and then they gather the whole country to one place and say, let's have another constitution? I've never seen anyone. I've told them the United States of America constitution was drafted by 50 men. They were all slave owners. 50 men sat in a place and then they drafted and then came up with it. So, and ever since then, they've been doing many amendments. They've never said, let's jettison the constitution and throw it away. They removed slavery at a point in time from it, even though they were all slave owners. They remove black cannot vote. They remove women cannot vote. They remove women cannot have property. They remove a lot of things, and they are trying to remove it. And today, many people see it as the masterpiece for any democracy, right, to use. That was the same constitution that slave owners, 50 of them, drafted. But because they were able to purge the constitution of his sins and many other iniquities in it, so he's emerging every day. And tomorrow, don't be surprised, US can still stand up and say there's another thing in our constitution we want to remove. After all, Trump wanted to remove the Third Amendment that allowed any child birth in US to become citizens before they shouted and they didn't allow him to do it. So that is for that. So for me, my position on the Nigerian constitution is this: we must keep amending it. We can't jettison the whole constitution.
I also support that idea. Continue constitution amendment.
And when people complain and tell you this constitution is bad, the question I always ask them, and I wish every Nigerian should be asked them, which part of the constitution is bad? Is it the whole constitution? There are many people that shouted that. Have they read the constitution? What does section 25 says? Ask them.
You can bet it that 80% of Nigeria don't.
They don't know. I mean, Nigerians don't even have their constitution. They don't even have a copy of their constitution. Nigerians don't have it.
Yeah.
It's the same country where people are Christians and don't even have.
So let's. As I said, Bishop has been waiting for a lot. Bishop, are you there so that Thomas can have a conversation with you? Bishop.
I'm not asleep, yes.
Okay, please go ahead because we have been waiting for you to come on board.
I was listening. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, Bishop. Good evening.
It's been a very hectic day. Very depressing, to say the least. And I'll just very, very, very short in my submission. I hope everyone is hearing me, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I particularly felt depressed because if after listening to Obi on his space this evening, some people can come on a platform like this and be defending and be shouting and it only shows one thing: we have a very long way to go, and that the quality of our public discourse is still extremely very abysmal, to say the least. We have not moved the needle at all. If after listening to what will be that's something, I listened to snippet of it. It is very bland, uninspiring, unintelligent, lack of direction, very embarrassing, to say the least. And we are coming and we spend those hours and hours and hours as some people were defending on Obi's legacy. That is completely very disastrous. A couple of weeks ago, some people went, even the people that are rushing now to support Obi. What were their comments and their opinion and their judgment, verdict of him when he was ruling? And some people were even saying a dead man was even better than Obi, part of the people that are supporting that. I began to ask myself the question, what is it that is wrong with us? Obi's tenure. Somebody was here saying it is the best thing after God created Sunday. Obi finished all the work in Anambra State that nobody should actually do anything. And we now Kuma still listening, even though those are alternative facts, because I know Anambra very well enough. Because I was there. Not only that I was there before Obi became governor, even when he became governor, I was there. I lost count of how many times I visited Anambra. Is it from Oka to Onitsha to Newi, Amobia, Nibu, Oka Etiti, Enugu, name it, all those places in Anambra. I know those places. Or is it go to your axis of Equilobia, Umunze, Oko? I know Anambra very well enough. And we were here. People were saying that he was the best thing. He paid all the debts. Those things were very fallacious and annoying. He built schools. He put borehole in all the schools and put them generator. What blatant lies. But I'm not going into that. Listening to him today, and we think that is the president, it means that maybe we belong to alternative, different planets. We don't belong to the same planet. And it's very worrisome. The quality, it really calls to question the quality of our public discourse. And we don't have the same focus, the same target. I think we are not thinking in the same direction. And I saw every minute we spent on discussing Obi tonight as a bloody waste of time. Completely arguing front and back about paying pension and not paying pension, about weighing the same Obi. If you can bring me one opinion molder or shaper that sang Obi's praises when he was a governor between 2006, I'm ready to pass with 1 million naira. If you can give me just one of those people that are talking today, I can bring you 10. I can bring 10 of people that were really very critical of Obi when he was gone. Nobody knew he was going to become governor. I've always brought 1 or 2 here. The same people are there today, but it is what it is. I'm not bothered about that. I'm only bothered about the quality of our public discourse, because it tells a lot about us. So further the debate, the question, just generally, we are on the journey, and I've always said, and I've always advocated, nobody can get everything perfectly right. But if you are moving in the right direction, you will know. I needed to go and find someone. So I was going to somewhere earlier today, and I missed my route. I've been there before a couple of times, but I took it for granted that I would know my route. So I did not really, I did not bother to ask the person I was going to look for the address to put on my GPS. So I was driving using my sense, because I've been there a couple of times, but it's very complicated. So anytime I get close, I see a landmark that I've seen before. My memory will come, oh yeah, I saw this place. Okay, so what is the next? So I started making progress slowly. It took me a long time, but I realized I was on course. If I divide, if I took a wrong turn, I said, no, this is not it. I'll take a turn back. And, I managed to, it was not intentional. I really sincerely wanted to get to where I was going earlier. I'll be as soon as I can. But I don't want to go back and ask the person, I've been there now 1 or 5, 6 times. How am I missing this road? But the significant thing is that anytime I am on course and I see a landmark I've seen before, that's a little bit of sense of relief. We just come down, okay, oh, you are back on course. You're making, the right turns and the rest. Even though I have not gotten to my final destination, but that sense of relief, that kind of relief, I say, oh, I am still on course. In Nigeria today, we are on course. And I have said, even though some people are not really happy with it, they've never really been. It does not mean that it is going to be like a stroll in the park. No. It's going to be very painful. We need a leader that will be bold enough to take the necessary, even though they are painful decisions. He's not taking those decisions because he hates the people. He's taking decisions because we need to take those bitter pills to be able to get out of the quagmire that we find ourselves in. I'm not looking to blame anybody for getting us to the quagmire. Everybody is responsible because every one of us, many a times, not due to our own fault, but whether not, we have contributed to where we are. Look, every time you do something that is not right, you bribe somebody to get a favor that does not belong to you. You use man, no man. You don't even need to bribe sometimes. You use your connection with the bank manager to get preferential treatment when others are waiting for their turn. You know the controller of custom to get or immigration to get your passport. You know the deputy vice chancellor or the vice chancellor to get admission for your children. You know somebody somewhere that can circumvent the process for you. We have contributed. Or you know somebody in school, or even you do giraffe in school, or you sort one lecturer. Let every one of us everybody come and answer his father's name. Say, I have never. Or you benefited something somewhere that you ordinarily should have waited for your turn. Or you ask the taxman to help you, how you go do it now. So they gave you a lesser tax, what do you call it, that tax evaluation than what you are supposed to get. Or you are, you want to do your vehicle registration, you have to lobby and say, how can I know that want to, and you go through the bank. Or you want to register some product, and you manipulated some of the processes and the rest, and you get benefit. Everyone, because that culture has been ingrained in us. Now realizing that it is not the way to go. We should be collective in our resolution and our condemnation of those things that are not right. Parents that do everything to get their children to some schools, federal government colleges. You see how much parents are paying to get placement for their children, even when they know unity colleges, that when they know that they are not qualified, they do everything. But they want to get them to the prime universities, federal universities. Oh, my son must go to UI.
Special center for WAEC.
We pay special center, we pay. And all of us, all of a sudden, we are now become very sanctimonious. Know everything that is wrong, how we can fix Nigeria. What kind of hypocritical can we get? So for me, I wish Nigeria well. I just appeal. I said something earlier today in a post that I don't know. It intrigues me how much the percentage of Nigerians that have come to hate Nigeria so much, and they have never seen anything good, no matter how small, no matter how. I listened to something somebody shared on YouTube yesterday, a few days ago. A gentleman that saw a homeless man and was going to help the man. He gave him an iPhone and a 50,000 as like a meal, and the man picked the bill and he was interrogating the man. And where I felt it was okay. I mean, I don't know whether it was straight, but where I got very disturbed was when the man was now going to make example of countries that are suffering, where hunger is ravaging them, and he used Nigeria as an example. And I know that is not true, but I don't blame the man. You know the people I blamed? The people that were celebrating. and making noise about the poverty capital of the world. And I came here on this platform. I said Lagos State still slaughter close to 1,000 cows every day, and people are eating it. So if you say Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world and people are dying of hunger, who are the people eating 1,000 cows per day? People are going to party. Breweries are selling like never before. But you go to where people are doing pepper soup and the rest. Yeah, there will always be a percentage that are hungry, that are homeless, that cannot afford basic things of life. They are there in America. Go to Las Vegas. Go to Las Vegas in California. Go to Los Angeles. Go and see the number of homeless. Come to Atlanta. Ask Kulata where they call Grady. There's a place, Grady Hospital under the bridge there. Go and see the number of homeless. Go to Atlanta downtown. Go to DeKalb County. You see the number of homeless. You'll be shocked. But it is Nigerians that paint Nigeria as the poverty capital of the world because it suits their narrative. And they don't ever see anything working. Nothing. If it is possible, they will say the breeze that is blowing Nigeria, the oxygen we breathe, is poisoned. Because they just want to say something bad about Nigeria. And I began to wonder, how come so many people hate Nigerians? And these politics.
Bishop, if I may interject, if you don't mind.
If you let me land, okay, if you want to, go ahead.
Okay. You know, those people that hate Nigeria so much that they don't see any good thing about Nigeria, sometimes I see them as victim of the circumstance. Now, the thing is this. You can even say things are not working in Nigeria. That's one thing. But the solution you are proposing is another thing. You understand? Okay, things are not working well in Nigeria, and you have solutions that are so called the concrete one, the one that you know can move the country forward. It's okay. But when you are saying all those stuff and you are now pushing some kind of dubious, something we are not so certain of, and you now stand by that to the point that you want to discredit every other thing that are moving against you. I mean in opposition. That's where I see the problem. Now, I give an example now. These guys are victim of the like of Aisha and those people that are finding a new way to just enter into the political scene. That's what some people don't know. Some activists, they know what they want to do right from the beginning, and they will deploy everything to follow through. If they are not followed through, they are ready to burn you. They are ready to create some kind of psychological, maneuvering that to the point that okay, everything they see around, everything is no longer good. In that country today, in just the first, when I read that the current regime wants to come to a single digit taxation. What I mean by that is that as of now we have over 200 type of taxes that we pay in Nigeria, that they are going to streamline into 9. And someone will be telling me that that's not a progress. Then how do you decide? How do you define a progress? How do you define progress? Okay, in that country today, now the southeastern part is leading now in this power generation of things. And you see, this thing was not happening before, and someone is telling you that it's not a progress. Like seriously, student loan. Some people are still finding a way to discredit. Then what's the definition of progress?
That is my problem.
Its progress simply means that it has to be your wish. See, this one I may be different from you. My opinion may be different from you on this one. Like 2015, for example, when people went against Jonathan to bring Buhari in, that's the way I'm seeing this 2023 election, that people don't want to get themselves ill of. The question is this: moving against Tinubu and proposing Obi, people are still here to complain that they are not the same thing. The capacity is totally different. Obi, there's no way Obi, by the virtue of his own region and with historical events, then coupled with what just happened recently, there's no way that you want to say. it's unfortunate like that. Someone can even be coming to this kind of a permutation, but we have to be realistic. You understand? When you know how they bully Jonathan House, how some people believe, and they don't want this type of a religion. But having people now that is the northern part of the country, the southern part of the country, and even some other part of the country can even respect is one thing. Just imagine if Obi is the only just imagine Obi is the president today, you will be hearing different type of narrative. So
Sorry to cut you short. Even during 8 years of Buhari, the Southeast are also bullying him for 8 years. They call him all sort of name. So let's be fair. When you do your analysis, be fair to all. Okay, that's what I don't say. Bishop, you can.
Okay, so I think you really hated. Now, basically, what you said brought to fore my first observation about the quality of our public discourse, because it is. I mean, I am. How do I put it? I will analyze Tinubu's government objectively. Have I always agreed with every step of the government? No. And my agreement is not basically on the results alone. Because look, some of the best intention might not come out for the results. But I will prefer a good intention, noble, just, righteous, objective, focused. Even though it did not turn well, but yeah, it makes well. So if I have to wait for the result before I can come to a conclusion whether I'm going to support it, I'm never going to make a move. So I query some of the government's decision to go on a direction, even though I will always say, look, I still, that was the right one now. I still defer to the man at the helm of affairs because he has access to information I don't have. But I question some of the decisions, and I will always. So I don't always agree because I'm not dogmatic. The way some people have taken politics since 2015 is so dogmatic, and it is either their way or the highway. We are not helping ourselves at all. So I agree entirely with Ogbeni's position. And that's why I said initially, I am really scared the quality of our public discourse. You hear some people, look, when the election came, and I was hearing San, sorry for digressing, I don't want to go to the election, that San were coming on television program and arguing about 25% Abuja. I couldn't comprehend.
Look at that woman, Kadari or something like that. That woman, I forgot her true name, her full name. She came on Arise and telling us about that Abuja is a state. It's not just, I just can't believe.
Not this is there was this guy, Mustafa, whatever, this lawyer. What's the name? Something Mustafa, I remember his name now. He's an Igbo guy. I listened to him one day and I was almost crying. I listened to Okutepa, a senior advocate of Nigeria, call me. I listened to, and I was wondering what happened to us. Because there's no way you can defend those positions. It is nonsensical. There is no common sense. So what happened? Was it because of election? So for me, let me move away from that. Now listening to Obi tonight and people still defending, I just try to be open-minded in listening to. I listened to a portion of it, just some snippets, because there's no way I never really had the time to sit down and listen to everything. Maybe I will eventually. So the question is this: what exactly do we want? Do we want a Nigeria that works? And do we think that Nigeria that works to everybody's expectation and dream and aspiration can just be achieved at a flick, at the snap of a finger, or at the flick of a light. Like Peter Obi will just come, he will not take all this necessary medication and step, and Nigeria will become an El Dorado. And it has been completely, there has always been ethnic, whatever, and about in our politics and electioneering. But it's really got worse now. And the sad thing is this is not likely going to get better. Because some people are still so adamant that if it is not their way, then it is no way.
But I think the president also has a right to punish anybody that go astray. Because if I were a leader, I cannot be folding my hands. If you go astray and say some rubbish, I punish you. I don't need to look at
the presidents have shown restraint, because let's be very sincere with ourselves. It is very difficult now to apply the law to the letter. It is difficult. There is some element of, I used to say, so they just mean to say, look, sometimes you should be able to overlook. Don't be reactionary. Because you are a politician, you expect people will not, people will not always do things your way. They don't always agree with you, but you must be magnanimous enough, obviously temperate enough to be able to accommodate every shade of opinion, shades and colors of opinion. When they don't agree with you today, it doesn't matter. If they agree with you and you see it has played out, it is politics, and politicking is a marathon. It's a long time race. Obi keeps running it as if it's a dash.
Sorry to interject. I just want you to, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, please.
We live in diaspora and we have family at home that we do send money or ask information or whatever. But I always taken aback because I listen to Ekene every time I'm on ground. I just wonder what Adogben is trying to say. You are not even on ground like us. We are even more on ground because we are surrounded with so many people that we seek information, help, assistance, we send money, and you will be telling us that things does not change. What are you? The price of petrol is different from state to state. It's not the same thing because this is what we call the forces of demand and supply at play, and the same thing with currency. And they are trying to tell you do not understand it, but you kept on saying the same thing. We don't look at the situation in one parameter. There's several parameters you have to look and several ways of finding solution to our problem. Please go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, when I was waiting for the question, you just, kind of summarized.
My question is just about that. Ekene always say I'm on ground and everything is expensive.
Okay.
Like this. What about other people?
It's difficult here to question some of those things because it's just fixated on them. I have questions. The other time we were talking, nobody was saying, or nobody thought or expected that things would just remain the same. This idea of when people were earning 5,000, it was better I can buy 10 bags of cement. I had the argument today, and it is very ridiculous. Are you saying there were no poor people in Nigeria in 2010, in the year 2000, in the year 2006? Has anything changed? Really? We're not just being sincere. That is lacking because we're fixated. We're one direction and we're not being sincere. How can somebody come? Look, poverty in Nigeria. I don't want to go to that because some of us were not born yesterday. Unfortunately, we just have to get back to this, and I don't like saying it. We were not born yesterday. As way back as 1980, we know people that have 3 children, they cannot send any one of them to school, beyond primary school. We know when 1979, just like it happened in 1955, when free education started in the UPN state, how school enrollment shot up. People were migrating from every part of the country. We know. We don't want to talk about it, so people will not feel like people want education, but we know the cost of education. So the enrollment in the Southwest shot up because people were migrating from that place. But even at that, there were lots of poor people. When
Bishop, even today, they are still migrating.
When austerity measure, when austerity measure happened in 1983, we know when Umaru Diko, according to them, the popular say that look, you cannot say people are hungry. Have you seen people eating from dustbin? Another man said then in the Southwest that that no matter how bad it is, you have not seen people dying of hunger on the street. That's a ridiculous thing to say, but it was said in Nigeria, and people think that there was an Eldorado. And listen to people here that come and paint 1970. Oh, you just leave school, you get job. What percentage of those people that were leaving universities were getting that kind of job? And they say it as if we're so, I don't know. Really,
It is
in the
generation
70s,
of Abajale Koko that they have it so good that time.
it was so brilliant, really.
No, I did not mean so brilliant.
No, I
I
know.
mean, some of
I know.
them, they have it so good, and they just.
I mean, what percentage of people that were leaving universities were getting those jobs? Yeah, maybe it was fear. But hey, had you put into
Bishop, what
consideration our
was even the
population?
population as at that time? What was the
Exactly, that's what
population?
I'm going. Have
I
you
don't
put
think
into
we are up
consideration the population explosion? The population explosion that happened between 1980 to 1989 and the year 2000. What was our population in 1980? Our income has not grown. We have more industries that people were working. Look at the textile industries. I can count without like Shimewu. I can count 100 industries and companies that were operating in Nigeria that I know.
Yes, sir.
100 with that like Shimewu. And people are still comparing now to that time when we have hundreds, thousands, an army of youths that are not schooled. They are not even willing to let. In my law school, I law caution now. I'm out to caution now. But I
Bishop,
go
so
primary
the
school.
act of
And Bishop, organizing regular and these people that are actually making money, they were doing well then.
Yeah.
Mechanic, furniture, or not journey and all
See,
that.
in my
my
family,
uncle is a plumber.
we know
I
people
built
don't.
a four flat, very beautiful
I'm
one.
telling you, exactly that's where I'm going. I
Beautiful
know
one.
people that learn to work. I want to about to say, I will law school. Okay, we want to go and learn a trade. Either you learn carpentry, you learn for. Look, when I was going to secondary school, primary school and secondary school, I have some friends. One of them, the uncle was doing this trailer engine injector. So after school, he will go there. Immediately they finish that work, he did not even bother to look for work. He just started straight. I have the one that the father was a carpenter. I don't want to mention them because they are famous now. And they're still doing that job. It was long after we left school that I want to say, you know what, I want to go back to school. After I have finished, I have graduated, I have served for many years. And I was when he now went and looked for admission. He now started his own journey. And as I'm talking to you, he's finished his master's. Slowly. And this is a man that went back to university way after 30 something years, almost 40 years. Wow. He started. We went immediately after secondary school. We did A levels, Oscars. After A levels, we went and we were doing. But he went straight to the work. It was after he married, he raised family. And I said he wanted to go back to school so that I can compare with his. He's my friend today, one of my oldest and best friends. So what I'm saying in essence is this: if we are not ready to go through this, and so people are so destructive in their criticism, they are not objective at all. They are so destructive. If we pay heed to them, we are not going to make any progress. Look, things are expensive in Nigeria.
They should say the truth.
Things are expensive in Nigeria. Things are expensive in Nigeria. Things are expensive everywhere in the world. I came here one day and I told people, do you know the reason why majority of the water in the almighty America are not drinkable? Because the bottled water industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. The price of bottled water had more than doubled from 2019 till now. 2019 till now. Bottled water, ordinary bottled water.
Bishop, sorry for cutting you short. I have what do you call it? Water softener and water treatment in my house.
Okay.
When I was signing for this thing, I thought it was just that, but I realized buying those filter It's like buying gold. Like buying
Because
real gold. So expensive. And every 6 months I have to spend like almost $300 to $400 to buy a filter. Kilo day.
I'm telling you, bottled water
Uh-uh.
is so
Even if you buy
expensive.
that kind of jar that is made from Germany, you put some kind of thing to purify the water. You have to change that thing also
Do
every
you know?
5 months.
Do you know?
Make people
Do you
also.
know? Let me shock you.
But I'm enjoying here in Finland though.
Let me
Water from the
let me
tap is drinkable.
yeah, let me shock you. Do you know I have interacted with some people here because I question how much the amount of soda you take is too much. And the guy legitimately told me where it's cheaper for him to drink soda than to buy water. I was shocked. That happened a few years ago. Because how can somebody be eating one meal and you put that 2-liter Coca-Cola before you and you are drinking? I stopped taking soda. I'm not taking soda again. I'm not going to take soda for the whole year. I'm almost 1 year now. I'm not taking soda. I'm not taking sugar because it is something that is very addictive. And a lot of them, obesity, diabetics of all manner is a major problem in America. The food they are eating in America is practically poison. Except you are
Poison, yo,
very
about me.
disciplined.
Poison. You to sue me.
It is poison. People spend a whole lot of their savings on health care.
The reason is because they don't have food culture like Africa or
We
Asia.
eat. But that's the same Africa and Nigeria that people will rubbish and tell you nothing is working. You go to hospital, in Nigeria, they ask you to pay 2,000 for card, and you get almost all the teaching hospitals are practically free. And people will come and tell us what is not. Even people that cannot afford to go to hospital in the advanced country, look, we are not there yet. We are making slow but steady progress. Our challenges are not too different. People painting that country as if the worst thing that has ever happened. And I'm always very ashamed, and I pity them most of the time. We are not there. But I don't know what happened to them. And my question is this: what could have happened to a people that will hate their country so much? Even they don't appreciate modest effort. Just modest. It's not even the reason that okay, this is, and they just all they it's an adrenaline for them. They derive some kind of.
Sorry, Bishop, to interject.
Yes, please go ahead.
See, when you call my name like this, you have to pay money because you've been trying to give me money.
Anyhow,
no, you want to give me something.
Well. If just that, hold on, Simba. Just that you know.
Simba call.
Remy, sorry, Remy. Just that you know, you have not committed any crime, because how do you know that my name is not Ola? And I'm very sincere. That's my name. But let's leave that for it. Yeah,
as far as we know, Bishop.
Yes.
No, Ola Bishop, as far as we know here on this platform, you are not Ola.
Okay, agreed.
Okay, so
agreed.
So we have only one Ola here.
About to share argument.
We have only one Ola here.
I was
referring to that Ola.
I was thinking
Bishop.
I want to cover up for Remy. But that's okay.
What I want to say is this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a friend that when the dollar to naira nearly reached 2,000, he was sending money back every now and then. And I told him this thing will soon come down. He said it will never. He even bet with me that it will never come down. And in the next 6 months, it's going to be 3,000. But when the money started coming down, and I asked him what happened. See the way he fought with me. It's like we are fighting for like 10 years before. I was like, what do you want? You don't want it to come down? I don't understand. It's like, do you have the hatred for the leader or do you have hatred for the country? I don't get it. So a lot of Nigerians, you are right. And some people here are right. They don't want that country to develop.
Simba.
Remy.
Àwọn méjèèjì ẹ máa ń confuse yàn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni Adéwálé àti Prince Daddy.
No, I don't speak like Prince Daddy Bishop. I don't speak like America. I speak like a
No,
man.
it's Prince
No,
Daddy
no,
and BT. And BT.
Okay, Baba T, okay, please like I'm party.
Let me the same thing
Ekiti man, Bawo, Adewale.
I'm
Yeah,
a man.
I don't know, even
You can't
BT
speak like
and Prince Daddy, they don't sound alike. I don't know why people be mistaking people's voice on this platform. If I hear
You
anybody's
know,
voice, even if I'm
let, let,
sleeping, I
let me
cannot mistake your name.
let me tell you something.
Prince
Simba.
Daddy and
Let,
Babati voice, they are not the same.
They are
but
not the same.
let me tell you something, Simba. You know, I was telling a group of persons a few days ago. As a young person, I used to read James Hadley Chase. I read a lot of novels, but I read Chase a lot. And I tell people that James Hadley Chase is a particularly very special writer because most of his characters, and listen to me very well, most of James Hadley Chase character, I have created in my mind a mental image of them. So when I'm reading them, I can see
Me
them.
too. I read more than 100 Ali Chase.
Oh yeah, we are
How
almost
the
in the same.
folk to hold
Oh
it.
yeah. You know, I mean, you know, how the cookies crumble. James Hadley Chase was a different. So I have a mental image of every one of them. Are you getting me? Now, on this platform, you'll be shocked because of the consistency as well. I have a mental picture of a group, a number of people that I listen to. I've never seen them, but immediately I hear Ajale Koko's voice, I know his image. His image comes to my, you know, I have an image for him. I have an image for at least, okay, maybe not everybody. I have an image for Simba. I have an image for Ajale Koko. I have an image for Rashadamai. I have an image for Kulata.
Please share the image for Simba on Ola so that I can know which Chase you are.
What image do you have for me? You will get my image wrong.
No. I have. Honestly, I really have. Ola, I have for Ola and Ogbedi. Ola, no. For Ola and Ogbedi, even though in my mental head, it's a little bit close. Just my, you know, I'm not saying it is, but I said I have created. You know, if you read James Hadley Chase, like I say, there are some of the very regular, like Magaland, like Lucic. You know, Lucic, the way he described him with his scar on his face. I've not read any James Hadley Chase in about 30 or 40 years. So pardon me if I'm messing up. So Lucic, Inspector O'Brien, Magaland, was this other lady that I used to feature. So those, you know, because the way he described, Chase described is very captivating. When you are reading the description, you'll be creating and adding, okay, this is how it look, the height, the complexion, the hair, the scar, the man that limps, you know, he used to limp on one leg, so by the time you finish, you are sure to have a mental image in your head. So very close to that, I have a mental image of Fairly, at least.
That guy, that writer, how does he come up with all that?
Maybe
that guy is a legend.
Yeah, there are great. There have been great writers. Unfortunately, people don't write like that anymore. I mean, I have quite a number of them.
So
I mean, James
I
Hadley
want to
Chase.
even know the image Bishop has for me. What type of image?
It's a, yeah, you know, I mean, in my image. I'm not saying you are. My
stubborn.
image of Ola.
I'm stubborn. I know.
My
So
image of Ola. No, you are not. You are not. My image of Ola is average height. Average height, like 5'8", 5'8", 5'8" something. That's my image of you. Not too, you know, there's not too much flesh there. You know, Sora, my image. I've never seen you. I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying that you are. That's what you are.
No, you are very close. No, you are very
close.
No,
Bishop.
Yes.
What you are doing is not only you. Even me too. I have a mental picture of everybody on this platform. I've described Adewale before. That is going to be short. It is going to have pot belly.
No, that's not the Adewale I have. That's not the picture of Adewale I have. That's not the picture of Adewale I have. I'm not saying you are wrong, but that's not true.
Adewale, am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you tall? You are not going to be tall. Believe me.
I'm not saying I'm tall, but I'm not short either.
Not short. Anybody that is beyond
You know, I'm
5'7",
not that
5'6"
short,
is not
but
short.
what I'm saying, you will be like
But Simba is
maybe
less than
in the
5.
range of
Simba
five.
is less than
Eh?
5'6". Simba is less than 5'7".
No, you are wrong. I'm
How tall?
5'8". I'm
Okay,
5'8".
okay. Let's say 5. Okay, so I'm not too far from it. 5'8". Yeah, I actually wanted to say 5'8".
Even you, the mental picture that I have of you,
Okay, tell me my height.
Bishop,
you
I'm
are high.
6 foot.
You are going to be tall. You are a tall man from
Like
the way
what
you
height?
talk. You might even be around that 6 feet.
Okay, you are very correct. I'm 6.
So
So
I'm 6 feet, and I don't see. Like I said, intentionally, I maintain my weight between 75 and 76. I used to be 88.
Your weight?
So
Wow, you are lucky,
yeah.
man. I wish I can come to that.
You know why? Because most of my weight then used to go to my belly. So, and you know, there are some people that will have belly and their belly will be okay, right?
Yes.
So I had no option than to buy some kind of a home gym materials at home. So I gym. I try to cover 10 kilometers and 10 kilometers minimum daily. So when I can, yeah.
You will need time to walk 10
10
kilometers.
kilometers is not much. 10 kilometers is not much. Like seriously, 10 Simba.
On treadmill.
Kilometer is not much.
Oh, you mean on treadmill? I think you walk on the street.
What kind of treadmill? Treadmill, that is why I'm saying when people talk wait now, Remy, when people talk that Canada is boring and all those Western things, I ask you, what type of activities do you get yourself involved in? Now, look at it this way now. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, although I was doing that in Lagos before, you know, I told the bagger that I used to put something in my pocket when I was doing that. So because
you walk in
knife. You said you used to put
no,
knife.
not on life now, Simba. I said that behind the show.
Ola, you live in Songo, walk in VI.
No, I was living in Oregon. I was in Oregon. So the thing is this. I have my private weights. You know, I have a room dedicated for that. So I walk. So 10 kilometers is not much. You'll be shocked.
Simba.
Some Baba are 65 here.
See, you needed to see me when I was much younger. I was looking good until my neighbor covered me. Oban supply me Orobo, fat Pepsi, and every night he will say, he will mention, say, but I'll keep drinking it. So I will realize that I was having a headache every day. I thought it was, I went to the hospital, the doctor said, you have typhoid. Okay. I commenced the treatment for typhoid and malaria. Wait now.
In my
Wait.
mind,
So I said,
as a very handsome.
I said, let me go to my family's, then I wasn't married, I was single. I said, let me go to my family. Maybe they will find a solution to my, the funniest thing is that when I get to the office in the morning, they usually serve us tea and coffee, and I'll opt for the coffee. And then I'll get home in the night and I will drink soda. That will be my dinner.
That soda also contain caffeine.
Even with the coffee that they were giving me in the office, all those combined,
they have caffeine. All those Diet Coke you see.
Wait now, I will be sleeping in the office, and when I get home,
you will not be able to sleep.
So I said they will soon fire me. They will sack me. As a matter of fact, I went to church. They pray. As soon as I'm about to step out of that church, headache started again. I said, I'll be you quiet, letting me. So I went to the doctor. Typhoid said it's time do I commence the treatment? The next thing I know, wait now. I said, let me go to my family so that at least the only ever get back with your family. So as soon as I was about to leave, I went to see the doctor. The doctor said, "How are you doing?" I said, "No, I'm not doing okay, but I've completed the one that you gave me." He said, "Oh, till better." I was wondering why you would say such. So the next thing I know, I went and drink and go, but for where energy, there's one thing energy or what else?
Energy, yes, energy, yes. That tablet.
In fact, as a matter of fact, I've completely. I think I abused that medication.
Anaja àti Optalidon.
Man, I don't even know what the heck their name is, but I think I abused it to some extent. Because before you know it, he gave me another dose of for typhoid. And when they gave me a go, I said, nothing changes. Until one blessed faithful day, I was at the Redeem camp during the Holy Ghost, where the next thing I know, I sat with one woman. In on that role was like the only educated, folks I can, think of. So we got talking during the break time, and I complained about, my headache and all that I wasn't feeling okay. Yeah, and she now asked me what was my lifestyle. I said, well, I started talking about, drinking coffee in the office. I didn't get, oh my god, well, I said about just drinking coffee. I don't know, serving coffee in the office. Can I do that here in America? The next thing I the young one said, I'm the one doing myself, that I should change my lifestyle. I said, but nothing wrong with my lifestyle. She said, stop drinking soda and then stop drinking coffee. I said, that's not a big deal. I'll be fine. So I got home. Then you remember that woman that was supplying me Orobo in the night when I get back from work around 10, 11. So that woman, I told her, I said, yeah, Lagbaja, this is the last time you ever give me soda again. This anytime you see me, don't even bother giving me soda. But what I would do is I will pay for a carton. So that it will be as if I just depart from you like that. You know what this woman did? She went and called people in the street to come and beg me. That this brother that only come
For
and
you to commit suicide.
yeah, he said she didn't know what she has done to me. That I now decided to not to patronize her. So she said they should help her beg me. I said, but you haven't done anything. You are killing me. That is the crime you committed. You are killing me softly. And now I can see my eyes don't clear. So that will not happen again. Sure, I left that woman. I stopped drinking soda. That was when I regained my freedom. A month after, I gave that woman a call that, look, I've been healed. Oh. God has healed me through this woman. Oh.
Adewale,
I,
what you just said, let me tell you. When I got to Saudi Arabia, the same thing happened to me. Here, I don't know why they have this culture of consuming. An average Saudi is addicted to coffee.
Yes, you're right.
And I don't know, you don't grow coffee. And they even have they said they have their own brand. They call it a Saudi coffee. I don't know why you don't go coffee, then you have your own brand of coffee.
you know what
You,
you don't make, you like it if you
If
you
you
produce
understand?
it.
So when
the life,
I came newly, everywhere you go, any office, the first thing they will do is that because they have this culture of saying they want to offer you something. They will everywhere, they will just as you are sitting down, the next thing they will bring is coffee.
do you know one thing I like about the Chinese? They don't offer you coffee. They offer you what we call Chinese tea. And most time it can be
You
green
know,
tea
and
or just normal
let me
Simba,
tea.
Simba,
Yeah.
let me tell you my bad experience about coffee. It took me time to know. So it happened, that was around 2014. So because I would go to the office and I was not really taking coffee as serious as at that time, but I was taking this energy drink like Red Bull and those stuff.
power
Red Bull, it was common. Yeah, I used to take
Red Bull.
Powerhouse in
Yes,
Nigeria. Yeah.
Red Bull.
So, but I did not really know the implication, right? And to the best of my knowledge, I was taking non zero sugar in the.
Yes.
But that's my mentality. Oh. But you know what I felt later when I started adding coffee? I decided that you asked me 1+1. 1+1 is supposed to be for me in microsecond, right? To respond to you. It will 1+1 will now be taking me like a second, 2 seconds before I will tell you 2. What happened? I later now wait, I say, is anything wrong with my brain? I realized that I was taking way more than necessary coffee.
Yes.
And I was suffering from brain fog. So making decision, making a productive contribution to discussion was becoming difficult for me. I was now asking, for several years, for several months,
Ola, you don't even if you check that time, that period also, you discover that you will not be sleeping well.
I
Yeah.
was not sleeping well. Simba, Even let me tell you one thing. There was a time too when I wanted to cut my weight. There's this I forgot this protein this protein supplement that I used to take before going for workout, because when that time I would prefer to, okay, let me go and work out for like 1 hour or a little bit above 1 hour. So I would take that supplement, then I would take this oatmeal, all this cocoa, all this I would take, so for me to have energy to work out for 1 hour. I will still do some kind of aerobic that time, not knowing that protein supplement that I was taking too was heavy on caffeine. Can you imagine? You understand? The day I knew, you understand, I thank my star that I didn't destroy myself, because when I read the implication of all those stuff, I don't know, you're a doctor, they say even that caffeine, excess caffeine, has caused some people erectile dysfunction.
The effect, let me tell you, the effect of caffeine, is a stimulant, and it's also addictive.
Yes.
You understand? What I discover here is that they cannot function without it. Once they wake up in the morning, for them to remain alert, they have to take coffee. Now, apart from all those things that you mentioned that happen to you, it will also raise your BP, your blood pressure. Your blood pressure will go up.
Yeah,
And
but
that was what happened.
the white people BP is not always as you can't compare it to the black people.
We black, we suffer from hypertension more than the whites. I hope you know that.
Simba, those white people that Adewale is talking about, sometimes I say they are more active than us.
Yes.
See, whenever I go to the park,
but you, Ola, the us that you are talking about, we are the new generation. No, our own papa, all those ones. How many of them do you see with hypertension? Because they don't.
Okay, my grandpa, even
my father used to drink coffee every morning.
Your papa is part of our own generation now.
Yeah, I know, but that's
my grandpa died while
we are talking about the people that normally goes to farm, do all those active work. It's not your papa is one of those people that sit in the office and then somebody is serving him coffee.
Simba. Look, when you go to gym today, I don't go to gym. I have a private now. I don't go to gym. It's my son that goes to the gym now. Now, the way it is now is this: when I go to the park, running around, trying to do exercise, all those stuff, out of 100 people, sometimes now only me go be black. Maybe by the time I will see another black, maybe there will be old woman around there, maybe some Nigerians that we around over 60, just trying to move around just because the mama know is no longer hustling. But we hardly find a young Nigerian like myself.
I don't know about you, Ola.
Because we don't value what you are doing. Most of it, the only thing that we value is they are looking for money. Is money. They are forgetting about their health. In fact, what happened to me? Let me tell you what happened to me. There was a day I was just having the discussion, and the discussion was getting a little bit tense. I just discovered that I was about to lose my consciousness, nearly fainting. I said, what is happening to me? I just sat down for a while. Then immediately I called the nurse. I said I should bring a BP apparatus for me. That day when I checked my BP, it was 170 over 105. My BP has never gone beyond 110 before. That was when I knew. And the only difference that's okay, what has come over me? What am I doing here that I was not doing in Nigeria that made my BP to shoot up?
Sitting in the office a lot.
It's not even sitting in the office, because so first of all, I cut off coffee and tea.
Yes.
Because another thing that if you are taking a lot of tea, also you discover that you go to toilet often. You just be urinating.
Especially coffee. Yeah, when you want to.
You just be urinating. Tea is worse with that. you just be urinating. So now I don't take coffee, I don't take tea, and my BP now, I'm not even on any antihypertensive.
You take any coca drink?
But as you
Even before I
age,
left Nigeria, I
as you
take
age too,
Coca-Cola and all those things on the social thing. You know, let me tell you one thing. If you are going to die, is what you put in your mouth that is going to kill you. It is what we are consuming these days that is killing us. Believe me.
Simba,
Simba,
those days when
I
I
don't
used
know
to.
many of you. It seems many of you grew up in this city. You know all this food that we complain about.
With this your accent.
Wait
Oh, so
now.
get me to me now.
Wait now. So for some of us that oh yeah,
Ó ti
no.
disown látàárọ̀, not that no.
Our father now cousin. Oh yeah, no. You know, for some of us like this, after you eat in the house, all those heavy food, the kilometer you will walk to get to where you are going to, you've already bought them. In fact, you will eat food in the farm. By the time you get home, you will be looking for another food. So that is the way people like us were brought up. All right. So
you are not different now. You are not different from us now.
I'm just saying. So now,
you know, let me even tell you this. My secondary school is like about 3 kilometers. You understand, from the town. You know, if you go to school in the village, you know that they will usually cite all the schools at the outskirts of the town. You understand? So you trek to the school in the morning, you trek back, and you dare get late to school. But you know what is awaiting you if you get late to school. So if you are a little, you see that you run or you jog to school in the morning.
We have cement. We have a block molding industry there that when you late
toilet
once,
in my school is student that will construct it, and that time of using pit toilet. Yeah, the one that is student that will dig the toilet.
Yes,
late comers. You understand?
You know, my own principal is very wicked. He never beat any student, but what he does, you can never imagine it. If you want to punish you, there are several trees in my school, and there are some that are dead. He will tell you to go and uproot it from the root base.
We used to do that one. We used to do that one in my school also.
Sometimes it will take it the whole time.
They go and uproot a tree. Yes, you can spend 1 week, 2 weeks doing that.
They are so wicked people. And then my math teacher is the most wicked out of them. That one have every time in his hand is six pancake, that long one, so dry. And
let me tell you, you know the repercussion of what we are doing now. Go and see our children, especially in Nigeria now. Most of them are going to public school where they don't even have playground. Maybe it's just a building. You understand? You now see obesity and they are so docile. You see, we don't know the kind of generation that we are breeding.
I went to my
but Simba, that's our generation too. We know nice you. You know when your senior or your teacher will be pursuing you, you see the situation where you be playing with, even finding a way to jump from the first floor down. You know, we got the time that we mastered that okay, if you cannot hide inside the foam chamber, you know, in our science laboratory foam chamber, because that used to be my favorite, because I used to dodge assembly. Oh my goodness. Inside the foam chamber, you look for everybody. So when it got to the stage when they started discovering, you know, there was sometimes that you find a way that with monitors on bad thing to the point that we go through the railing and you now just go gently, you descend down and you put your hand in between the floor and where the height, the distance between floor and your level, and you will just jump. All those things, you know, some of those things we dare not do it now.
Ola, you know, let me tell you, the school that time is a package, and they design all those things to aid your education and to aid your physical fitness. Do you understand? You can imagine the time.
See that
You can
thing that
imagine. You can.
it's a case
They
of
teach us
discipline.
everything. They
Yes.
teach you. If you are doing a Greek, you have your own farm. We call it
And
experimental farm.
you will put manure that will
You
even bring
understand? You
manure.
call it
Instead
a
of
experimental farm. We use that one as even a competition that you say, okay, my own farm is better than your own farm and all those things. You know,
Good
those are
morning.
healthy
they
competition.
will score you. In my school,
They will
they will
score you
score you. If
exactly.
I remember, I
They will
think it's
score you.
about 30% of our
Good
total score.
morning.
You come, you go back to school in the evening to go and do sports when you are preparing for entire sport and all those things. In fact, like me now, I
1,500
was part of
take this
the part of the school relay
sport.
team for my
Yo,
school.
Bishop, you still have the flow.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Somebody say
thank
good
you.
morning. Is it Adewale or Bishop?
No, it's
Good
Huh?
not.
morning.
Somebody saying good morning. Maybe
Somebody
I
say
think.
No,
good
Sorry,
morning.
Maybe
no.
Ghanaian
sorry,
calling.
everybody. Yeah, it's me,
Go ahead.
Gani.
Go ahead.
You see, last week, a lady came to this platform. I'm so sorry about the way I talk, but I was just too emotional about it, or the whole issue, because you can see the lady. She's a Yoruba lady, and the same thing happened. She was the first person to call me Agbero. Today might be the last day that I will say this type of thing. I'm just defending. I'm a full Yoruba person, and I love my Yoruba heritage, and I'm trying to protect it anywhere I go. You understand? For example, today when I listen to Peter Obi platform, you see lot of our well-educated Yoruba people, young, vibrant, and everything. Their mommy Bimbo to sing. You it's so sadly, like, what kind of world are we now? Because, and you see them say, my president will be you all this. In fact, I don't know. I'm very sorry. Yoruba race is going to, I don't know where we are going to now, because
Daniel, don't be surprised about that. When you roll your coin at the end of the day, those number does not outnumber the majority of Yoruba that think along the line that you
But there's still a
they are
danger.
the, they are the one confusing the lot of our children. You can't be like, when you see, when some people talk to me like, I'm 55 years old. I'm not a baby. Like, you understand what I mean? It's I mean, I'm so sorry to just say this, but
I
it's
understand
just
you.
a,
So,
it's
and
just a fact.
you are taking it like a man and coming back here, it's okay. But at the end of the day, everybody have their rights to join whichever.
Ganiyu, one thing you have to understand, let me tell you, you don't have control over what people say or feel about you, but you have control over the way you react to their action. Just try and control yourself. Even if you don't have a modest way of responding to those people who try to actually aggravate you or try to
But
infuriate you.
sorry,
You
Simba.
okay?
I heard one man earlier who called Genio out, and he was saying that he heard the conversation. But it seems one man did not hear the part of being called Agbiru,
He did
to
not
the
hear. He did
point
not
that.
hear. That girl first calling Magbiru that day. I know, but woman did not hear.
So, and the part I listened to, that Gani was trying to explain to one man that he was the one, but one man did not want to hear that. It was more of, you shouldn't be calling names and all that like that. I mean, did you about but you know being or not? So, and I was wondering that nobody.
No, me, I heard I was there when the Gani was
One
actually
man is just trying
one
to protect
one. You know what you can. That is what I'm trying to tell. Even the reaction of one man, whatever. Gani, you only have control over yourself. You don't have control over even one man. You don't have control over one man. He can decide who he favor, he likes on his platform. Do you understand? And if you don't like it, then you go. That is it. So you on your own, don't say something. Okay, like now, I'm very sure that you're having some regret of your action. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you don't do certain things that after a while you will now be having regrets. If you don't know
No,
at the
no,
appropriate
no,
answer,
no. I'm sorry. I never regret because it's self-preservation. I'm
well, no,
preventing my
no.
Yoruba
If
heritage.
okay, if I use the regret, just wait. If I use regret, it might not. But
Maybe just more
you say
clear.
something that you go back home and you be even be wondering why did I say this kind of thing?
No,
You understand?
No, no, no.
Simba.
At that moment, Ghanaian felt offended and he used another word against the lady. If you are in that position too, something like that might have happened. But one man did not hear everything, and because was the first time that lady was coming to that show.
You
I
know,
mean,
sometimes if somebody says something against you and you respond in the same way, you have brought yourself to the same level with the person.
you are right.
Are you
But so many
talking
people,
about
Okay, like
Falake?
this morning, let me tell you, like
Yeah.
this morning, I went to the comment section and then Chioma was talking to me. I just look at say that she said she's not my mate. I just look at her and say, Chioma, how can Chioma be talking that she's not my mate? You understand? I
somebody
didn't
you can
actually
follow.
respond. I just deliberately did not respond because how can I bring myself down to the level of Chioma? Who is Chioma? That I be talking that she's not my mate. In any way, whether in time of age, in time of everything, I'm very sure that I can't be in the same category with Chioma. For the fact that he's now anchoring the comment section, he can just be talking to any people anyhow. It's just those, but I can't engage such a low level person and then because and if I engage whatever she says, she will hurt me more rather than the way I will hurt her. So it's rather I just leave her. Silence is the best answer to such people. So what just telling you, Gani, is not everything that you have to react to. That's just that's what I want to say.
Gani yourself, you like basketballs too much. Kilo day.
I think I understand Ghanaian as a Yoruba man. As a Yoruba man,
Oh,
when you see the other side,
Gani.
Anyway, sometimes we react and sometimes we let it go. Like I said, I've just promised myself that I will slow down my reaction because I knew that in as much I'm trying to create it, I know that it's not being effective like the remaster of it. So I will stay true to myself because sometimes you need some kind of oboju. But what I don't want to do online is to abuse someone or to make someone go back home and just have depression because of what I said onto that person.
We
So
don't do that. We don't do that.
exactly, you know us
The
now.
real
Of course,
Ekiti
you know
don't do
now.
that.
So because
unless
that's why
you say
sometimes that
Ekiti.
no, that's why sometimes that
You
people
know how
think
many
that
times I would type something in the comment section and I would delete it right away.
exactly
Because
because
I'm like, I
sometimes
know I can't do this.
okay, like one day when I said when I said the way one man reacted to me that I feel somehow, I was actually passing message, not because I really wanted to accuse for the purpose of accusation. See, you have to be very careful. There are some things you can say online that will have impact that we don't know somewhere. Like okay, why is it that they don't show all this down voting on YouTube? Some people actually pie themselves when they saw people down, just the thumb down on their thing. They first so hated, and what they went back home to do, it's not funny. So I learned that in this environment. When Yoruba when these Oyibo are trying to be diplomatic with you, they don't want you to go have some kind of mental challenges. So that even when you are wrong, they will say, fantastic. They know you are wrong, but okay, they will say, okay, let me go to my own perspective. They didn't want to say you are wrong. You understand? It is this country that I learned that when you tell people, of course, yes, it's an offensive language in Canada where I am. Let's say, of course, yes. Oh my goodness, you will have issue with your colleague. Because they will tell you are telling them, say, okay, oh yeah, you have to have known that. No, that means you are not intelligent enough to have known this before. That is the way they feel it. So sometimes act of what we say, sometimes you have to understand your environment. Why we talk like this sometimes just because we are Nigerians. there was a time we were working somewhere, so we Nigerians were talking, and one of the guys there, the supervisor, said, "Why are these people fighting?" So one of our guys told them, say, no. He said, "Look at those guys, they are Nigerians. So all those way they are talking, they are not fighting. No, they are just catching their phone. That's how they talk. So they understand themselves. That they won't talk the way they are talking to themselves. You say, look at those guys. When they come to you, they won't talk exactly the same way. But when they see themselves, they will be talking like they are fighting. That's their way. So what I'm saying is this: when we are online, we have to be very careful. Our words have some kind of mental impact on some people when they go back home. The way you discuss some people, it has some implications. So, as far as I'm concerned, I would say let us be nice to one another.
But
Yeah.
Ola, let's call
Well,
it Awaju. No, Atiwa.
Mr. Gani, Mr. Gani, sorry,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Remy. Regarding what you said, you see, people don't understand one thing, and it is always easy. It is always easy for us to advise other people based on their action. Meanwhile, we too we could have done the same thing or even worse if we were in that position. You see, one thing I notice is when people are talking, sometimes we listen to the eloquent part of their words, what they are saying. Òyìnbó dùn ọ̀rọ̀ sọ. But sometimes some people pass something called indirect insult or polite insult. If you can go back to that show and go and listen to what that lady said, it's not something we should be discussing actually. But the
What is the name of that
but
lady, sir?
I don't. But the insult the lady threw at Ganyu, most people did not
Folakemi.
most people did not hear it. But I know Ganyu's reaction was, and Ganyu's reaction, I mean, I won't say it's so much because Yorùbá ní kájá wọlé kégún má gbó, kò ń ṣe gbogbo kégún wọlé kájá má gbó, kò ń ṣe gbogbo ara ajá ló lè gbà. Someone
Biggie will kill me will pie me with proverb today.
yes, me, so
Continue.
someone
I'm
like
enjoying you.
Baba, let me tell you, someone like me, bí abọ́ ṣe bí mi ni bí mo ṣe dàgbà ni ọ̀rọ̀ ò kí ń kọjá lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mi. Kó dàgbà jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ tó bá mú wá èmi náà dá padà fún ẹ respectfully. tó bá sọ̀rọ̀ sí mi tó bá rán mi sílé èmi náà rán ẹ sílé politely. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes that's why you see I've learned one thing. You will never hardly will you see me on the comment section anymore because more find out way. There are some people there I don't know. I don't want to mention him. I don't want to get upset because I'm from this school of thought. Ẹni tí máa bá exchange word tí mi ní fojú mi rí, I don't want to do it because you will hurt me to the point where, I mean, I might do some things that you will not. I might say some things I don't want to say. Tọ́ba ní kọ́ búyàn kò sí nǹkan tí mo lè ṣe.
The like of Biggie should not be someone that be drumming. Biggie will just be using the proverb to.
Papa, let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. If I go to my family house, if I go there, I have some cousins that they are very senseless. So mo láwọn orin tí máa ń play fún wọn, mo dìde máa ń gbé speaker sójú window ni. Mo rẹ Pàtí ní Àlàkẹ́,
ọmọ máa
Àyìnlá
forí pòwe fún wọn.
Àlàkẹ́, Àyìnlá Ọmọwúrà, Odòláyé Àrẹ̀mú, àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú àwọn
Bàbá
I listen to them very well.
Àwọn fàtà olówó yọ àìbáwò tó ṣe bá ń pè.
Yọ eléwúrẹ́ wọlé ẹgbàgùtàn wọlé kẹ́ẹ̀dì yóò wọlé alákọ̀ọ́rí ìgò Toyota gbogbo àwọn orin yẹn jẹ́ because me I'm this kind of person I can't stand insults. I don't insult people but when you insult me I will go any length with you any length in fact tó bá sọ fún mi pé wọ́n á rape ìyá ẹ̀ kékeré tó bá di pé kí n bú ẹ ní public wà láìtàlà ẹ̀ máa sọ. Ló bá máa gbé nǹkan jẹ ló máa gbé nǹkan jẹ if you cannot receive don't throw. That's my own school of thought.
You know, let me tell you, I can explain why one man reacted like that. You know, maybe one man just sees that lady as
Didn't hear what you said. I know one man did not hear it.
no, even if you heard it, it can still behave like that. The reason is this: being a lady and being maybe the first time that she's coming, she
No, I
might,
like
what man is a businessman, is doing business with his platform.
I
He
understand.
wants more. He wants more
More crowd.
patronage.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I understand. I mean, Ghanaian not lawyer wire, no, but I
So
mean,
àwọn tá a ti wà ń bí ìbàní ká máa fetí gbọ́ yín pín.
OTA is like you people are already in his bank, so he needed more. You don't need to invest in you people again.
Bishop in the comment section. Me only stand there, but I just can't talk. I mean, I don't have any stake to talk. That person insults Bishop like Jesus. You only stand there. Other man coming. Why
There
don't
You
is
know,
one guy that, let me tell you, there is one guy on the comment section. They call him Inwachuku. That guy is a doctor. He's a junior doctor. He worked in Saudi Arabia before he left. If you see the way the guy used to talk and harass me on comment section, I just look at him. If he's working under me, I know what I will have done to such a guy.
take
Don't
that?
let me see it on the
Take that
platform.
to the professional side now.
Simba, you want to abuse power? No.
dictator
No, let me
Simba.
tell you, every profession has an hierarchy. You understand? You have to maintain that. You see, when you Adewale ask Ogbeni about Falana, you can see tactically how he responded, because he has to respect his senior learner colleague.
No, why I'll agree with you, you know why I quickly react to that? Because I'm an apostle and apprecial of. When you know, when I'm an apostle, remember now, I'm an apostle and apprecial of responsible. No, now apostle of responsible leadership. See,
Okay.
okay, look, me that I'm talking to you before. If you see what I did to my boss one day, I swear, if not Nigerian, if you fire me that day, you understand? If you fire me, but this man still coming back, instead of doing that, although the person that caused that thing, he gave that person order to go and look for me, because I resigned without even thinking of consequences. Me that I don't get job, I for suffer like anything. If a Nigerian person will say go, you know what it means for you to resign without even getting a job because you were angry? It was one of the most stupid things I ever did in my life. But the guy mandated that lady to go, that lady must find. And a matter of promotion, and I just say, how can you just be subjecting me to this? Give me what I should have known that. Okay, I was just a worker. So why I was so entitled to the job that they didn't create. You understand? But that man used maturity. He used maturity. He called me, I thought he was going to fire me. He didn't fire me, but he called meeting upon me and tongue-lashed me in the presence of everybody. So one person just advised me. They said, "Do you know that your boss really like you? So if I were you, I will go and meet him personally in the office, and I will beg." I went to that man truly. I prostrated. I begged the man. Said, "Okay." He said, "You know what, Ola? Nobody will ever mention this thing again." And to be fair to that man, till I left that company, nobody mentioned that singular incident. He kept to it. So I learned something about leadership from that man. He was the MG. He could have immediately I left, could have just fired me like that and say go. But he knew that I was ignorant of what I was doing. You understand? And he knew that I was very
Thank
stupid.
you, Allah.
You understand?
I'm about the layer. Mo ti kọ́gbọ́n orí mi, ìwé yàtọ̀, ọgbọ́n orí mà ló jẹ́
anytime I remember that incident, I will just look at myself and say, "Oh, I was so stupid." You understand? So what I'm saying that in the position of leadership, sometimes you have power, but you don't use that power because you know the consequences. I know in some cases that HR sometimes in the where I work could have fired people, but instead of firing you, they would rather train you. I've seen someone drag to HR before to be disciplined.
They don't have alternatives.
And HR was a person even different. Even in Nigeria, I've seen people that drag to the HR. HR was supposed to be the person to fire because those people were recommended for firing. But HR said these people are our partner, and they started defending. I was shocked. You understand? Even people that were so junior to me that I believed, okay, listen, you know, when I saw the way they were defending the people that was, those people were not from my department though, but I was inspired. I said, look at the way these were the people with the power of firing, and they were trying everything to make sure they meditated instead of using the last resort. So what I'm saying is this.
It's more. It's more expensive to fire and hire a new person.
Yeah, but over time, I didn't know all those things until I was opportune to be trained to attend schools too. Now they said, okay, when the higher you go, you become more humble. That's the training. As a matter of fact, they told I got to learn that even when you attend some of the Ivy League schools, that one thing they told you is that, okay, you've been to Harvard, you've been to Columbia, this is time for you to talk less when you are your teammate, because it is normal. When people see your profile, they want to think you know everything, and you start losing it going forward because nobody wants to challenge your authority. You should make yourself available to be challenged. Otherwise, you will lose information benefit. So don't be a boss, be a leader, and don't abuse your power. So, in fact, when they say experience, I learned those things because of my career. So that's why you see some junior, they will just talk to their team lead sometimes, and the team lead will just look at them, won't do anything. Not that they cannot fire, they can, but they know that that's an abuse. So that's the only one back I ever won before that they will shaka us. Akimbola then. We will see Akimbola inside leave like this. You want to run because MD, you say, my friend, come here. We drag you to that this. You just be shouting like you are mates. That's Akimbola for you. Erasmus Akimbola. We drag you to that thing. You'll be talking like you see you were mate. You know. So position of leadership is
It's just like when you go to the military in the barrack. You see the general walking past you and you never know he's a general. But when you see a recruit walking past you and he sees you as a civilian, gbogbo power ló máa exercise pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
So no verse so Simba, I'm just talking from my own experience. So like that Owashuku, I prefer to do fire for fire with him rather than see sometimes I prefer to do fire for fire. You understand? Once you be hot to drag down than to go behind you.
You know, let me tell you, once you have to that I know about online conversation, it's very easy to abuse, to say anything against somebody that you don't see.
Exactly.
That same Iwachuku, if we see face to face, there are so many things that you can say on the comment section that I will not be able to say to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I don't engage people online because you don't see them, they don't see you, and
Baba, what I call them the keyboard warrior.
You know, like Patrick that used to come in, he's now senior man for the bank we work, but then if you see him in real life, you will even think saying your mate, and he could shout to you normally, but so the thing is, those people that abuse others, the way I see them sometimes, that it's just their own level of exposure. That's the way I see it. But sometimes if you bring it out, I prefer to return it out for you so that but sometimes too, I want to be very careful so that I don't talk to people and the thing will have implication without my knowledge, because I know that, like you raised it the other time, and maybe you or someone online this thing and becoming a place of mental illness if someone don't manage this. Yes, sir.
With all respect and apologies beforehand, you see, a lot has changed in the recent past. I know very well that how do they used to say this thing? Yoruba used to say, I fele kibusi, I fele chusi. ìsọ̀rọ̀ dẹni gbèsè. A lot of things to change, and I understand the position of pain that Gandhi felt. Wọ́n ní pàálí ní pàálọ́lá tójú náà bá fọ́ bàràbàrà ló máa wò kọ́yìn. The gentility of a tiger,
Of a lion. It's not
of
the
a lion,
stupidity of him.
is not the stupidity of inability like the Peroje. Sometimes ọ̀rọ̀ ló máa ń mú èsì wá bí àwọn Yorùbá ṣe máa ń sọ. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ní sunkún èkejì tán bí aṣọ funfun ṣe ń sunkún aró. Gbogbo wa lè sùn kákọ̀, sorry, that's Fidemi speaking. All of us will not be, our response will not always be the same. Some of us were really, very liberal. But it's like we have gotten to a stage now that liberality was no longer working and it was not going to work. Some people will apply or approach it from the liberal angle, the gentleman, but one nítorí wèrè ìta àṣemánitile. Sometimes some people deserve answers, because when you don't answer them, they create this false impression that they've been able to cow you to silence. Especially when they threaten you, they intimidate you, they bully you, and you are just walking away because you just want that they don't deserve it. And it now becomes a pattern. They feel like, well, it's something they can grow used to and they can do it often and often. Once in a while, I'm going to start if you met us, why? Ojú everybody da. Kálukú mẹ́gbẹ́ kẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́ mẹ́gbẹ́. See, there are certain things that we cannot say on this platform based on what we have experienced over the years. And the trajectory does not seem to be changing. Things were not getting better, even though we have been applying one particular method to douse it, to just be the bigger party, to just be like, you know what, based on experience, and I won't face it, I won't respond. You don't want to go. We don't want to go to that. Thank you, sir. We don't want to go that route. Listen, sir. If we want to preserve ourselves, look, I listened to a tape, one of the space a few days ago, where a young man was telling us the story of how Ijebu Igbo actually belongs to the Igbos. Ijebu Ode. Erua. What's the name of this place in Noise? And I was just laughing. Just giving us some foolish interpretation. Some people were believing those nonsense and they were running with them. And that's the kind of narrative that is taking root. I was very liberal. Exactly.
That means Yoruba to homes and Nugu. So
no, let me tell you. So sometimes while I understand the need to be very circumspect and to restrain, to be cautious.
No, Bishop Emma, continue, but I don't want you to misinterpret. I don't want to be someone that I will abuse person. But if someone abuse me, I may respond immediately, fire for fire. That's what I'm saying. But I won't be the one to go after you because I don't know the impact that we have on you when you go back home. That's what I'm saying. Two different things. So, like, you can't just come now and just come in now. For example, come and run me silly now. And you think I will keep quiet? No, I won't. I won't. My take power we gonna be big to any till about understand the way gun. I'm away at about 2 minutes. The next one wanting it.
Bàbá mo fowó àtọmọ dín in lẹ́nu. Nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ńjọ́ kan mo forúkọ bo ọba yẹn láṣìírí. Nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ní area farm mi, mo ní small farm lérí àyẹn gbà mí tó lọ sí big farm. Nǹkan kan wá ṣẹlẹ̀, mo wá gbé case lọ sọ́dọ̀ ọba yẹn. Normally téèyàn máa ra shinap lọ, tó máa fowó lé nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀. So àmì kò sí bí máa ṣe sọ̀rọ̀. Bí mo ṣe gbọ́ Yorùbá tó ti bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ máa sọ òyìnbó pẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
bí balógun ẹ ṣe dìde nìyẹn pé máa wọlé ń sọ̀rọ̀ ó tún sòyìn níwájú kábíyèsí máa fọ́tí fún ẹ mo kàn dìde lórí ìkú tí mo orí ìkúnlẹ̀ tí mo wà mo kàn dìde mo ní balógun tẹ bá gbá etí mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan wà láì máa gbá mẹ́wàá mi kọ̀ láti kú instantly but máa dán etí yín lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́wàá tẹ bá gbá ẹyẹ kan ẹ gbá mi létí for what? I wasn't rude to you, I wasn't insulting you. Yorùbá ni mò ń sọ bọ̀ kò sí bí máa ṣe you know what I mean now téèyàn bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó yẹ pé you get to a point ó máa lóun máa gbá mi létí màá ní lóun balógun ìlú wàláì kàdàkà ló gbá mi létí ń jẹ́ yẹn máa gbá tèmi padà o kò sí ẹni tó lè bá mi sọ. Ó pipe lò bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ni ààrẹ wọlé.
No, that's it. It's not for someone. No, not that one. No. But the thing is that I will not go after you. That's what I'm saying. But if you tried me, and the degree is what I cannot accept, I will retaliate. That's why when some people try to manipulate me, if I want to respond and someone is not allowing me to respond, that you will see me. I try everything to call crazy because I will not, even for people to even quote me wrongly or misrepresent what I'm saying, I won't let that one thing go easily. That's what I'm, but I won't come after you. And I see them in now, for example, I say, Baba yi, I won't say that because that may have impact on him. But if Remy now tell me that Emma Wola to show Biori Aduko, I cannot respond.
Bóyá lọ́jọ́ kan màá ṣe àfọ́tò mi pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ wá rí pé nǹkan tó ń sọ is not totally true.
I saw you in the background. You where you say you be my dad.
No, I'm not your dad. Àwọn tó
Ó
bá ti rí wọ́n lè sọ bí mo ṣe rí fún ẹ.
Mr. Olawa very predictive. Can you predict what I look like?
I know you may be older than myself, but I don't know what you look like.
I cannot be older than you.
No. Biggie cannot be older than you, Ola. But if I want to make a suggestion, Biggie is you will be an average height guy.
You failed.
Nobody's ever calls to you. Everybody's always average height, short person, pot belly, big head. Never a time you start this
I
person look
predicted
cute.
Bishop and he said I was right.
Anyhow, so truth is this. Wọ́n ní aṣọ gbàlàndà fúngbà ọmọ táyé dẹ̀ ń bí etí láǹsì. A lot has gone wrong. Unfortunately, we are not paying attention to that. I was tempted to write a letter to Southwest governors about a year or 2 years ago because I saw in my own little corner that we are really in a very serious way. And dilemma. Yeah, it's like, in fact, mess is an understatement. Unfortunately, a better part of us, we are losing is our heritage. And we are losing it because we want to be nice. Look, Jagu, wow. I kept telling people, yeah, because we want to be this posture of Moluabi, we are accommodating. And we are beginning to one part of one of all lale. Only the river friendly. And I'm seeing it unfolding in my kuru eyes. Say that again.
I said Yoruba get probable. Yoruba friendly in the job.
Yorùbá ní proverb gbọ́ tí Yorùbá ní pé nígbà tá a wá dé yìí ọ̀fọ́n ti tàn sí gbẹ̀gìrì kíkó wa kó kálukú kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ lórí àṣẹ òótọ́ ni nígbà tí wọ́n ní àgùdà ọ̀jẹ́ lábẹ́ Gẹ̀ẹ́sì.
Àwọn ìgbàlódé tẹ̀sẹ̀ làwọn yẹn bàbá we've lost our heritage. That's why I love listening to Odolaya Remu and all those Shola, Kiwumi Shola, all those Olarewaju Adepoju. Man.
Nobody is even doing like if we have an encyclopedia that is in 50 editions of Yoruba from beginning the anthropology, the etymology of Yoruba, títí tó fi dé modern day the way. Who is doing the compilation now? Because people are passing on and we are losing all of those things. Now we are losing our tradition.
We have online books, so that
We are losing.
Yoruba proverbs
Okay,
with their meaning.
I'm talking of earlier, sir. No, we are
Sorry,
losing
Bishop.
our
Good
culture.
night, everybody.
Yes, sir.
It's been a
Otherwise,
pleasure. Thank you so much. I appreciate
yes, sir.
everyone.
I'll be joining you. I'll join you very soon. We are losing.
Thank you.
We are losing.
Bishop, how can you be joining Adewale on bed?
You know whether we are living in their neighbor. So we are losing our culture. We are losing our heritage. We are losing our tradition, and we are beginning to lose our land. And that is the angle. Because
I think our liberality
our liberality
is just
Ganiyu is always very protective. I don't engage him. We've never really engaged, but I listen to him. I hear him. It might be a little bit hard in coming out, but hey, there is no rule that says our approach must always be the same. Do we have things that we need to protect, even with the last drop of our blood? If you are a true Yoruba man, I will say yes. You have a lot we need to protect, because the last few years.
That's why I won't want Ruga on my land now. That's why I won't want Ruga. I even want it to be used for lecturing. So
the last election really exposed a lot of I don't want to use the word shenanigan, a lot of underlying conspiracies.
But do you know that the enemies are within?
Of course, we have it within, and that is why we must take care. We must deal with Toripe. We must deal with Toripe. You know, they used to say that the way you deal with your own son or your own word, the enemy will run away.
Let me put it in proverb with Balode. Tó bá fẹ́ kára àdúgbò bẹ̀rù ẹ̀, ara ilé ẹ̀ ló kò fi jẹ́ṣẹ́.
Ló máa fi bẹ̀rẹ̀, ló máa fi.
Nígbà téèyàn bá ń ná àbúrò ẹ̀ lóòka, àwọn aládùúgbò gan á bẹ̀rù ẹ̀.
Kí ló lè tó bẹ́ẹ̀?
Bishop, ẹ fẹ́ tún bí gilẹ̀ lálẹ́ yìí, ẹ̀rù bí kì í bà mí o, tó dọ̀fọ̀.
Ó tọ́ ni. Yorùbá ló máa sọ fún wa, wọ́n máa sọ fún wa ní pé òòjọ́ báyìí ni àfìfìlà péré. Ṣùgbọ́n láyé àtijọ́ nìyẹn.
Gbígbóná là ń òkú ọ̀pọ̀lọ.
Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀? Ṣé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ nǹkan?
Ṣé rí inú Yorùbá tá a bá ti ń fa àṣàyàn ọ̀rọ̀ yọ, tá a yọ òwe bí àyájọ́.
Lẹ́sìn ọ̀rọ̀.
Ìjọba ti yọ àwọn yẹn kúrò mẹ́ bí àyájọ́, bí àwíṣẹ́, bí olúgbòhùn ló dẹ̀ ṣe kú. Bí ògìdè, bí ọ̀fọ̀, bí àwíṣẹ́, bí àyájọ́.
Bishop,
yes,
I want to ask you. You remember Eno?
Of course.
You know those days when we are growing up.
Ogoriki Baba Genge, all those stuff.
That thing.
Òǹkò lẹ́ ń sọ yẹn. Òǹkò yàtọ̀ sẹ́nu. Wọ́n jọra wọn bọ̀. Òǹkò yàtọ̀ sẹ́nu. Èyí bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ ogologiri gọ́gá. Òǹkò nìyẹn. Ẹnà can still be straight, but á dàbí àròkò láàrin yẹn méjì. Bá a ṣe pé mẹ́jọ àbí mẹ́wàá níbí tí bá fọ ẹnà. Wọ́n máa gbọ́ kò ní yé wọn, bọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ sí gangan ló máa yé. It's like a code. You know what they call Morse code in military? You know what they call Morse code?
Yeah. There are some things I will speak in Ekiti now, for example, that I know that my co-Ekiti that is even the people within my town that we know. Even people within my town that we know, it's not even, and those people that really learn the language that we know, but it's still Ekiti, right? But I've gone deeper beyond what we expect within Ekiti. So That's the beauty of Yoruba language anyway. That's the beauty of Yoruba.
Maybe I was losing it very fast, and I can because even
So,
young children of those days can say all these things. But even me now, I learned it that time. I can't even say anything of such again now.
Simba Mabinu, somebody asked a question. That's I said something earlier on that Bieruba Benili Ikbi Alajobi. I don't know whether somebody was asking that. I think
I know. I was saying over there by any, but you know that's a very strong proverb. So
somebody was actually asking in the comment section.
The meaning, right? Okay.
That I think he did not get it well. So Bieru, that's the slave, automatic family. So you begin to claim you want more, so he's beginning to lay claim ownership to the family land. It's beginning to put, and that is why in Yoruba land, as a way, alọsìnkú ẹsùnkú ọmọkùnlùkù agbógun ẹwàlé ibi ó jọ bí bá ṣe bẹ̀rù labọmọ láyé àtijọ́ ni a máa fàyè ẹrú hàn àfàyè ọmọ hàn.
ìjọba ní kò ka ẹrú inú ẹrú àbàjẹ́ olórí ẹrú náà ló máa lọ kẹrù wa.
So back to our, that's just a little, somebody was asking, I just so that the person will know. So the proverb says, be a ruba bedile, like a slave that's been serving a family, and they give back to all the children in his presence, to the extent that when time comes, there's an issue, and the alajobi ada. Alajobi ati watitani. What is the alajobi?
Atitana jobi papo.
Exactly. Alajobi ada. Lenu erufa. Are you kidding me? So that's what you do, mean by say, Beruba Bentley. So back to something. So sometimes, like I said, sometimes some children, even some of our fathers in those days, they know the stubborn ones among the children that will come and fight the enemy at the gate. Though they will be telling you, Otito, Shoki Boroni, Tiamiyu, Leadi, but they will still greet you. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. They will be telling you, Otito, but they will come and praise you because they need somebody to stand up and speak for the entire household. So all of us cannot sleep from the same place. And it might appear that it is in the extreme, but in this time that we are, very precarious time, it is needed. But yes, let's moderate it. That's my take on that. So I think I'll just leave it on that. Thomas, can we confirm that we are backstage now?
No, we are not at backstage. We are Thomas going to soon.
Okay.
We are still.
He was up a few minutes ago because I dropped out and I joined again. He was able to. I don't know. My network just fluctuated, so he was able to keep me also.
It doesn't have that capacity to stay long. It will just be coming on and off and off. That's the way Thomas operates.
Let him on Australia now.
I know it will let them Australia by because even Emigatumon is already past 12 here.
It's past 3 p.m.
This time don't balance. All this one I said,
it's just past 9 in the morning here.
It is already 1 o'clock and now it's past 1 here already.
Past 9. Saturday morning.
Sunday, me one bill.
I need to sleep in the next 1 hour so that I can watch Chelsea match later in the day. So
what time will it be for your own? It's going to be around 6 p.m. here.
It's going to be 9 p.m. So
9 p.m. I'll be 9 a.m.
Walk up me.
Premier League, Baba.
Oh, Premier League.
Premier League, you.
9 a.m. ló ń sọ láàbí. You are talking about 9 a.m. your own time.
Yeah, 9 a.m. our own time. That's like 8 hours.
Bishop gbọ́ngbà tí ó ń ṣe àwọn ICC ayẹyẹ ìjọ àwọn Rangers
Exactly,
International. Àwọn stationary stores.
Àwọn ICC
àwọn ACB of Lagos, the Adebayo babes.
Club ni o.
Stationary stores ní Adéjọ́jọ́.
Ṣé ìgbà kan wà tí bóyá mo ti gbàgbé ìgbà kan wà tí wọ́n lè mú ìgbà táwọn military fẹ́ bà Oòduà jẹ́ ńgbà ìkíná orúkọ tó kọ́ ṣèǹdì Oòduà investment ṣe ICC náà àbí kíná tẹ̀yọ̀ kọ́pù nígbà yẹn náà.
ICC ni wọ́n kọ́kọ́ jẹ́.
Can you just imagine all those military, in fact, when people are
no. Àwọn kọ́nà
no, ICC náà ni the maiden name
ICC
now.
ni original ni indigenous.
Wọ́n wá change sí Shooting Stars. Wọ́n yọ kúrò.
3 years.
Wọ́n yọ ICC
not the club. You know, Oòduà group itself.
Oòduà investment.
No, you know, it was a name before Oòduà investment. You know, when the military. So you know, ICC, I think it's part of Oòduà club or whatever. I don't even know. I've forgotten that history along the line. So, man, you see all this language we are talking about. You know, as part of this restructuring, like people say, you know, all those sovereign national conference, all those things to me. I used to believe it like 10 years ago, but I now say it's a BS because
if you look at the Arabs, the way they value their language, and they use their language to teach their students in school. And some of the things that I will even look at, like the Yoruba doesn't even have a language for. They've already created their own for it. Even point. You understand what I'm saying? They can say figures in point something. Because whenever I ask my people to explain to my patient that this is the result of a certain investigation is maybe 4.7, they will say it in Arabic and they will understand. How can you say point in Yoruba? Like, okay, 2.7 in Yoruba.
Wow.
How can you say 2.7 in Yoruba?
Mi ò lè dáhùn sí
2.7 Igeni.
For Mr. Simba, but no, that's fraction. Igé is fraction.
Against na say Igena la malu. Okay, kila fe
Mr. Simba.
Yes.
The greatest mathematics actually itself.
Origin from Arabic, yes.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. Algebra, Pythagoras, trigonometry, all those stuff. It came from their side, so they would
you know what? It's not only that. I could just use that one. Like let me give for example. That this disease is also common in Nigeria. You just discover that if a child or anybody, it usually is a male problem. If you take certain food or certain medication, you just discover that your blood will be hemolyzing. I don't know what I can explain hemolysis. I mean, your blood will be breaking down, and you will now be having this dark colored urine. You understand? You'll be passing this dark colored urine. In Yoruba, we don't even have a name for that disease. But here, okay, maybe because it depends on maybe it's me that does. But if I've worked in Nigeria, you understand, in Yoruba land, and I don't know the Yoruba, you understand? And the few years I work in Saudi Arabia, I know the Arabic name for those things. That is why I'm saying that might not exist. Because when I was in Nigeria, I don't even know the Yoruba name for it.
No, Simba, it's just because we've lost it. When you look at Yoruba generally, our language is descriptive. Early when you see anything, we just call like just one word in Yoruba. You know, there are some we call one word like Ojo. Yeah, we know that. But when you see some of our statements too, they are mostly like descriptive. You understand? Like
anything
maybe
anything descriptive, anything people are trying to explain by description, that means you don't have a word for it.
no,
That's the
okay. What Oluware Milekun now, for example, was it? It's descriptive, and it's a one word. Oluware Milekun. So it's a word.
but that's
But
a name
because
now.
that's what I'm saying. It will explain because that's why I say descriptive. I'm not even saying phrase now. For example, okay, look at Fajui now. For example, Fajui is descriptive. It's not like you just say a word like go, come.
All our names are descriptive. All our names are
Exactly.
descriptive.
That is exactly how Yoruba is too. You understand? Yoruba, we have name for all those things just because over time we've lost our language. Even some of us that we are pretending now to speak Yoruba now, probably we just have like we are just knowledgeable to 1 out of million of what Yoruba will have called all those stuff. Like, for example, now when people are saying Ito sugar, I'm saying I'm sure Ito sugar will not be what they will call it then, because sugar self is not even Yoruba language. For example, Ito sugar.
Sugar. I don't even know who borrowed the language, because even in Arabic, is sukri. You understand?
So yeah, but probably sukri may be English to borrow languages from German, from French, from the French people.
Sukri is, I
Because
think Sukri is French.
So English itself is fake because it was created. So
Yes, even most of the medical terms are not English.
Probably Latin.
Yeah, they are Latin, yes, and Greek.
Yoruba is good, but one thing I love about Yoruba is the proverb. Because one of those things that make me enjoy proverb is this. It takes time that I know that most musicians those days, like all those Sonny and all those drummers, what made them so good is just because they know proverb. It took me time to know that all those Sonny Ade, for example, all those
Ola, when you people talk, especially you, Bishop, and Biggie, I used to envy you people. My Yoruba is not that good. You know why? I've said it earlier. I'm the firstborn of my family in Nigeria. All my elder siblings were born in Ghana. I grew up in a house whereby my people speak in Ga language of Ghana. You understand? In fact, àwa tó ń bí ní Nàìjíríà ńgbà yẹn tó bá fẹ́ ṣàbòsí, tó wọ́n fẹ́ káwọn mọ nǹkan tó ń sọ nínú ilé, a máa ṣèdè Ghana. And my you understand? My other siblings, even our mothers, those days, that is what they were speaking. So kò jẹ́ kí Yorùbá mi kó fi bẹ́ẹ̀ rich lọ títí.
No, Simba,
you understand?
You can still revive your Yoruba to point, because you just need to listen to some Yoruba, call Yoruba thing for like 4 or 5
You know what I will do? All those àwọn bàbá yẹn, àwọn Yusuf Olatunji nǹkan yẹn, when next I go to Nigeria, I will get their music.
Exactly. Let me recommend for you Alabi Ogundepo.
Simba, download Radio Garden.
You can YouTube. Those things are on YouTube. You don't even need to buy all those.
On your phone, even on your phone, Radio Garden is an app. You listen to some radio station in Ibadan. All they do all day is to play the stations like Alore. And if you used to listen to Daily, this Agbaletu.
Bọ̀bọ́ yẹn mo tiẹ̀ ti subscribe. In fact, bọ̀bọ́ yẹn mi lè máa wò lójúmọ́. Irú àná sí báyìí, interview one of the guy tí mo wò, kìíní kan Aládùn ara àwọn boys tó bá Sunny Adé ṣiṣẹ́.
Aládùn ọmọ Sunny bí Aládùn. Adẹ́fẹ̀ gbọ́ interview yẹn.
Ṣé o mọ̀ pé bàbá ẹ̀ náà onímájíìkì ní Kírun? Aládùn, yes, I know Aládùn.
Ṣé kìí ṣe rondo nìyẹn? Àbí 27 Òṣogbo ní 27.
No, Ìkírun nílé òun náà máa ń ṣe májíìkì bí àwọn Professor Fela kankan yẹn gbà yẹn. In fact, then wọ́n tún máa ń tọ́jú àwọn ní gángan. In fact, ọ̀kan lára àwọn tó ń tọ́jú yẹn ló pa. Òun ló kàn ló.
Simba, sorry, I was going to say something the other time. When you look at all those drummers those days and those guitarists, like I said, do you know why they are so good? It took me time.
They learn it from okay, woru bọ̀bọ̀ tó ń recreate controversy pẹ̀lú Wasiu Ayinde nsìn. Sọ pé bọ̀bọ̀ àgbàlẹ̀tù yẹn náà ló interview bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn tí gbogbo wọn ti wá gbà lórí íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì nsìn.
Mo listen sílé ní láàárọ̀ ìní àbí àárọ̀ ìní náà ni.
Bọ̀bọ̀ kan ó rà pé ṣé èrú wà bí area ibo náà ti bí ọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀.
Is the president of Onilu now, for now. He used to be governor before. Shebi Nadama, right?
No. Ṣorílẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ yẹn aftermath gbogbo wọn ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní jáde. Bọ̀bọ̀ yìí wà lára àwọn he spent like Àyànkúnlé exactly. He spent almost 30-something years with Wasiu.
32 years.
That story is just an emotional blackmail, emotional blackmail.
No, the only person, like I was like Professor Kinimi like I said, it took me time that all those guitarists, all those drummers, they were actually using their guitar to sing, to make proverb in Yoruba. That's why they were so good. See, you don't just all those rhythm. When I was listening to Ekilofomode, I started thinking of what they were even thinking there. Like someone beating the person playing the bass guitar now. Someone is saying, I want you to follow it, but I realized that that's one thing. Now you say pa 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 pa. I got to say that I knew that's when that story didn't start. It was a story. You understand? But that Wole, the law, Wapata, so they just use all those things. And we found the reading, but naturally you would think that they are just
okay, ó jẹ́ kí n rántí kíní jìtá kan ṣé Sunny náà ni tó ní ó wá mi wá kò wọ pátá ó wá mi wá kò wọ ṣòkòtò.
Mo bèrè nǹkan kan lọ́wọ́ Adéwálé ńjọ́ kan tó bá ti gbọ́ orí General Prince Adékúnlé níbi tó ti kọ Adékúnlé tó ti kọ àwòdínfò. Ó fi jìtá sọ nǹkan kan lẹ́yìn yẹn ó wá sọ nǹkan kan ìgbàlégún ọ̀run ọ̀tá ẹyẹ ọ̀tá ló lè gbé èjì mi ò gbọ́ bí mo ti try láti mọ nǹkan tó sọ mẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó ní àlọ́ la rí àràbọ̀ wọn.
Lẹ́yìn yẹn ó sọ ìgbàlégún ọdún.
No, what I understand about that narrative is this. It was just talking about their preparation. It was just an analogy of what they prepare, how to attack him, but
kí ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gangan because òun kọ́ ló kọ́kọ́ sọ bàbá yìí náà ó fìlù sọ kí lórúkọ kí lórúkọ àwọn tó ti kú yìí.
Maybe I would say Igbalelogun. That's the way I don't even know because I don't know that proverb really. Igbalegun, right? I will interpret it as Igbaleliogun.
Ẹyẹ ọ̀tá ló gbèdé òsìkà àbíkíní kan.
So it was just like saying their preparation, right?
But it's an òwe bí mo fẹ́ mọ òwe yẹn kí ló yẹ kankan sọ.
That's my own. That's why I'm saying that don't quote my own interpretation, right? That's the way I understand it. That way, okay, as it's talking about all those Orun that we are talking about that time, for example, Orun would mean like arrow. You understand when you say Orun like a bone and arrow thing, or we have bone and arrow. You feel Orun see offer all those stuff. So
Yorùbá máa ń ní pé Ọ̀run já. Ọ̀sọ́dọ̀pá.
So ọ̀run yẹn gangan ni arrow tó wà níbò, right?
But kì í ṣe
No, ọ̀run já, that means okùn ẹ̀ nìyẹn.
Ọ̀run já ọ̀sọ́dọ̀pá.
So meanwhile without ọ̀run.
But ọ̀run another ọ̀run wà ọ̀run bíi tó máa fi òǹkà ọjọ́ Yorùbá tó bá di ọ̀run.
No, Orun is like 5 days to come. I understand what you're saying.
Ọjà wọn náà sọ pé kíní èbó ní ìṣeré ọ̀la rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló mú babaláwo dífá ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀run.
Ọ̀run. And the thing is, that is why they have contextual meaning.
If I knew the judge next week.
They have contextual meaning in English, so is Yoruba too. So and also depend on the àdúgbò. You know, in Yoruba too, the àdúgbò don't know. So to help me, the one you speak in Ibadan will be different from the one you speak in.
But we have Yoruba as a universal language.
You have to general Yoruba.
No, general Yoruba was just developed during these colonial people now. We all
no, what you are saying is that all these adage, whatever we are talking about, is the same everywhere.
You know that general Yoruba that was developed by Awolowo in 1955.
No. Okay, you know Yoruba, we have this where we pay lórí òrùlé sùn. They are still all the same thing, referring to danger, right? You don't just see dangers and you just go and relax, right? They still mean the same thing, though.
And while I lè fi ejò sí abẹ́ ìbùsùn, but I lè fi iná sórí òrùlé.
Can you just imagine? Now, Yoruba will say, kì í fi ọmọ àparò sábẹ́ gbìnkà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
You understand? So Yoruba will say,
no, who you now.
Ọfọmẹyẹ sábẹ́ ọ̀gbìnkà.
Wọ́n sọ pé kì í fi ọ̀nà olè ọmọ àparò. You understand? Yoruba with bad proverb. Yeah, kì í fi ọmọ olè. Because number one, if you pick a aparo offspring, if you bring from Nigeria and bring that aparo to Canada, you don't need to teach aparo how to steal. Well, you know, that's what Yoruba will say. I give fear no only aparo. So Yoruba with bad.
I can't for anyone.
So it is there's no way, you know, it is disheartening for me to know that.
If you want to enjoy those proverbs,
and nǹkan tó funny ni pé irú àwọn rubella bàtì yẹn tó bá pa òwe burúkú kan báyìí, and you think see the way they speak English, it's one thing for you to embrace foreign language. See what they show you guys about power.
You know, Ola, they have already did the research. If you don't understand your local dialect, your local language very well, there is no way you can speak another man's language very well. I used to have a professor emeritus of pediatrics. This man, if he's speaking English, you know what they call the Quincy English. That's what this man used to speak. But immediately he changes to Yoruba. They are so rich, and that is why this thing now that we have this culture of people now right from birth, they start speaking English to their children. Just to show, I don't even know what they mean. They say if they are doing that, that will make them to speak good English.
Because
we you know, and even people are still doing it up to now. Your eloquence in English is what they use to judge your intelligence.
Simba, and you know one funny thing, those people talk to shame although apart from my first attempt in English that I didn't pass English, right? But the other one that in fact Mobiti was silly. You know that I beat them, Mobiti was silly. Now, when I say I didn't even pass English the first attempt, because I not pass English the first attempt, it's not as if they pass, but the subsequent one no. So sometimes people now look at your how eloquent you are. So it simply means that okay, you are so good because you are eloquent. No, we are sometimes problem with people is this. It's not when you know more than no, that one may be too. See, when you know within a little boundary, you may be able to present what you know. But when you know many things and you want to present sometimes, it may be very difficult. You understand? So That's just the way it is. And we understand English so much that we don't understand English culture, and that's the problem. When you don't understand your culture, I don't understand the culture
I
of.
don't think understanding of that English. I think sometimes we just speak it and we don't really understand what it means.
That's what I'm saying now. No, that my boss that I was narrating the other time, he said, "You guys, I know you have master degree, you have everything, you speak English." He said, "This guy in South African," he said, "You guy, you speak English, but you don't understand English." It took
Exactly.
me almost 3 years to understand what that man was saying.
Mm-hmm.
It took because meanwhile he was telling us that time that the way we speak, we were rude with it, we were not decent with it. Those were the messages that this man was passing to others. That we speak grammar. Okay, you used to say we speak grammar, you don't understand English. That is exact what they used.
Exactly.
So may God just help us. We are just man. Meanwhile, if we
Òun
have
ló máa ń jẹ́
preserved
ká
our
dá Amẹ́ríkà
language,
tá a máa ń sọ I wanna.
You know, we are just, I think the problem is that we have lost our identity. And if you have lost your identity, you just be floating.
we are suffering from that identity crisis. So
We've not
Yes.
lost it, but we've lost some, but we've not lost everything.
no,
Uh,
you know one thing ni pé àwọn òrìṣà tí Nàìjíríà tí àwọn èèyàn wa tí wọ́n pàtì yẹn, you understand? There's no way when we losing all those òrìṣà too, you are losing all those proverbs around those òrìṣà.
Ọlá ṣebí wọ́n ló ń jẹ́ Fájuyì ń sìn báyìí. Some people in Nigeria now, they don't want to even associate. Wọ́n á ti sọ orúkọ rẹ̀ yẹn di bóyá bí Jésù Juyì or something Juyì. They will remove that.
Make I give you one line.
They said it happened to Awolowo now, that Awolowo just tear for the teacher. In fact, it happened to one of my colleagues. They changed his name. The guy attended University of Lagos. You understand? The professor changed his name from what it used to be. He changed it to Jesu.
Mm-hmm.
This guy tear for the lecturer like mad. You understand? You know, naturally, you won't in Nigeria. Your teacher will be like, you're all in all. I said the guy just went to that teacher. Sir, never try to do that way.
I have a professor is bearing Adedoyin today. His name is not Adedoyin. No. I think it was something Godoyin or something like that. Lolo change Adedoyin.
Do you know that even here in America here, even my colleagues at work, someone will call me, hey, and I'm like, that's not my name. Oh, I find it very difficult to pronounce your name. The same way I'm finding it difficult to pronounce your name too. You gotta learn it. If you want me to learn your name, then you learn mine too. Else, I'm gonna be calling you like a dog. Yeah. Your language is not my language, but I learned it. I mean, just to pronounce my name, you should learn it too. It's not a big deal.
Because they don't, they don't see any reason why they should learn your own. But they wanted you to learn their own.
I don't have any reason to learn your name too. I'll call you whatever I want.
Please, I think maybe I don't know. I don't think there's any solution to what we are discussing because I just see us.
No. Simba, there's solution. There's solutions.
Or logic in something, professor. Let me tell you, I gave you an example here. Let me tell you, if you see the way they respect themselves, if I'm talking to an Arab person now, and another Arab guy comes now, he will abandon me and he will start talking with them until when he finishes, he will not attend to me. Àwa value báwo tó ń bá ń bóyìnbó sọ̀rọ̀ ń sìn báyìí, ọ̀ fẹ́ parí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ kó tó dá mi lóhùn. You understand?
But wait,
it's like me. I've seen us as like people that we have this loose. No, let me tell you, they can do it to them. Only shishi arawa. But when they are dealing with a foreigner, they will not behave that same way. We are it's like the
Only
thing is already
everybody.
in our
Oh.
gene, is already inculcated into our mentality that we have this inferiority complex, low
Sorry, is that how
self-esteem.
you? Is that how you? Well, no, I don't know. Me, I don't. Emi o rí òyìnbó bẹ́ẹ̀ o. I don't know how other people see them. I don't see them
Is
like
it,
that.
let me tell you, the way we treat Oyinbos in our own space, is that the way they treat us in their own land?
Eh, eh, Baba, let me tell you one thing.
Let me tell you, let us take even Yoruba
people will
culture.
address
Yorùbá
you the
máa
way
ń
you
tọ́jú
present
àlejò.
yourself.
Yorùbá máa ń tọ́jú àlejò tó jẹ́ pé wọn nǹkan tí ara ilé ò lè jẹ gan-an máa gbé fàlejò.
Yes, you are right about that.
You understand? But they will not inconvenient. Yoruba can inconvenient themselves to pretend this omoluabi things to a stranger.
No, I think it's a is a colonization thing that because especially when the capital moved to
Before
Lagos.
colonial, Yoruba lápọ́nlé àlejò. Even
But,
before
But you know,
colonial.
Biggie, Timo one son say it's not only I'm generalizing, it's not even the Yoruba thing alone. Even the other people that does not even do that to maybe the fellow black person. But when they see people of other color, they fizzle away.
I know what we are
A
talking
little
about.
bit, a little bit of complex. One a little bit
You know,
of complex.
culturally, this thing over time. Okay, like look at it this way. Now, when those Oyibo were working with us, you know, they used to be in key positions. Like even there was a time, even up to early 80s, that even Indians used to fill our general hospital too. So our people, in the name of diplomacy, just to look for favor, for promotion, all those stuff, they start doing sa. Even as you speak today, even if you were the one that you are in a specific position in your company too, for people to get your favor too, they will start doing some kind of eye service because you have the power of promotion and all those stuff. So I believe that over time they were doing it to those Oyibo when Oyibo were on grant, because they were the managers, they were the GM, all those stuff. So you have to still be calling them boss. So those people that started that, they don't normally know the long-term implication. That is why we say some of these things are just like what language we normally use, significance. I've forgotten the term they normally use for it. So that significant action, they don't know how it's going to extend beyond them, because some people will see that and they will embrace that style without knowing how it started, and it just extend like that. Or for example, maybe Leventis before now, maybe it used to be Oyibo, like Kingsway, maybe it used to be Oyibo. You'll be doing and you'll be taking care of all those people because they were your senior. Some people that were seeing you from afar, that learned some from you, they will just see ordinary Oyibo along the street too, and they will extend the same thing without even knowing what the person they learned that thing from was trying to achieve. That's just the way I see it. I could be wrong. So
no, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. That conquer, the way they conquer us, they impose themselves on us. It has been, that thing has been imprinted in our mentality that they are superior, whether we like it or not.
yeah,
It is
that's
there.
it. And for example, an Indian man, I will never, in fact, okay, look at it this way now. If our people are in a company, where we be dodging, oh, let me be very careful. No, the Indian guys, when they are there, they are not being careful. In fact, they be looking at themselves as even superior to their boss. As a matter of fact, not only that, they will even be looking at how to replace their boss with themselves. That's Indian people to you. And they do that a lot. That is why some people were telling me that, okay, one guy was telling me what he said, do you know why we have more contract staff here? He said, because all those bosses that are Oyibos, because they love holiday, they do things, they don't want a situation whereby they will go on vacation. And their bosses will not understand that, oh, so you can even perform better than this your boss. And they replace them with them. So, but if your boss is taking you on a contract, at the end of the year, if he knows that you are becoming a threat, he will just tell his boss that, okay, I don't think I need this position for now. He will discard you. He can come back 3 months and say, okay, I need this position, and bring another person entirely. It won't allow you to stay there too long for you to start competing, because that is what the India guys do. Give them a space, they will take an acre from you. You understand? That is why you see them now becoming the CEO of Microsoft. You see them going to Amazon, all those places.
Because they work in unison. Let me give you
Exactly.
an example. The year now in my pediatric intensive care unit, there's one Ghanaian nurse, very brilliant nurse. She's only black. She's the only black nurse among the Indians that are working in that. You know what they did? Because they knew what she was. She's so good. She's better than all of them. But they gang up against her. Any little mistake, they will amplify it. Any little mistake, they will amplify it. To the extent that they have frustrated this lady out of the unit. You understand? Our own people, instead of them to work in unison, you will even be seeing them, they'll be fighting themselves. They can even join other nationality to be fighting you.
I told you that I work with Walmart Logistics for some times. You know, immediately I got to that place, every position there, you know, that time job was so scarce. So the next job, because I did some courses too that will fit me into logistical position. So when I started applying for some position there, you know what my people started telling me? Well, you think those people that have been here 12 years, they don't know, they don't know better than you. You've already defeated yourself. And among these people, there was a guy there that the guy told me that before he came to Canada, that he has just some few months left for him to defend his PhD. I didn't defend that. So that guy said he has already spent like 12 or 13 years there. If this guy, the Shakara, is fellow black people like this. But when it comes to all those India and this thing, you will see the way we just calm down, we're trying to explain. But when it comes to his fellow this thing, Agidia, one day I just asked the guy, said, look, why don't you even try to apply as a supervisor? He started telling me some kind of story. Look at those people, all those things. He was telling me all those bad stories, how they won't allow you to. I said, no. Because you guys, you focus on different purpose. You focus on different purpose. Those people you are seeing now, you understand, they are not, okay, on average now, those people working on floor, their pickers, they all those stuff now, they make average of, if you can do overtime, they will make average of 70,000 that time. But whereas some of those supervisors, some of them they were not even earning more than 55. But what happened is this: if they make profit, if they meet target, they can now share some kind of profit sharing. And when you add that profit sharing, probably they will get closer to those people picking on the floor too, right? So our people focus so much on that money that they forgot that when you are in influential position, you'll be the one to take decision. Now, what am I saying is this: when those guys now get to that position, they will now be bringing their people in. You understand? So that is where our people miss this thing. So when they are in a place, instead to focus and position, they prefer fight. They don't look at how to move up. Instead, they be afraid. And when now they now see some fellow Africans or this that want to be fairly competitive, they start moving against the person and they start discouraging. You know, so I don't know. That's the kind of caution, that's the kind of positioning we've given ourselves over time. And it's really affecting us, honestly. Because sometimes I will look at all this. Like I executed a project last year. I even cross-trained the technicians there. Because we were supposed to make provisioning for thousands of, over 40,000 devices. And we needed to do that in very fast, right? When you look at these people they were talking about, you know, when I got to that place, they didn't even invite me in the initial stage, but when I got that contract, when I got to that place, they were struggling with a lot of things. I got there, someone was even teaching me what to do. Well, I have to be humble. I was just looking at that person. When I stayed there for a week, they asked some people to go. They terminated some contract. They asked some people to go. So I was now left there. Now, within 2 days, one of the bosses came to me and said, "Guy, we've noticed one thing about you. How come you are able to do more than 6, 7, 8 people?" I was just looking at them. What do they mean? Say, but you seem to be faster than the people that were here before. What exactly were you doing? I said, no, I'm not doing more than what others are doing. Even myself, without even really, because I didn't even know that was the situation initially, to be honest. You understand? And what that was doing is that someone may be doing some kind of installation. You have like 2 sticks. They will leave that stick from that installation to the beginning to the end. I just laugh. This is just a simple trick. Me, give it to me. I have my own script. I just copy the file. Bam, as the file is leaving, bam, to another person and another. So at the time they were doing only one, I was already doing like 10 already. And that was a goal. But you know what? As I was coming, they were looking at me and saying, "Kilele Imo." You understand? You know, because they've seen their color, because once they carry the brown skin, so they believe that this is automatically. They knew they knew what we were doing. That was how they asked me that if I can engage some of my technicians too. So I now brought technicians there too. So that we're doing. So some of those people we met there. Some of them were Indian, so they were sent away. Why am I saying this thing is that sometimes we need to believe in ourselves. My experience in the world of IT is not what you can just push aside. But once you have some element of fear, that's just the problem. Okay, look at what I'm doing now. As I'm speaking to you, I'm not at home. No, that's not. I'm at home, but I'm at work. You understand? Doing some migration. I'm working as I speak. But what is doing the migration? Just script are doing the migration. But what will I do sometimes that I take my time to plan. I know what I have. You understand? I know what those people that want to compete with me do not have. So, when you give me a job, the first thing I do when people rush to that job is that, oh, let us do this. No, I will look at the pattern. Because over time, my experience, okay, watch for the pattern. Once I understand the pattern, okay, can this pattern be programmed instead of going physical? You understand? So instead of me saying, okay, when people now want to put me at rate, okay, we are going to put you at rate by device, I can tell you, say, no, I don't want that. I want it in bulk. Or where you want to play me per hour, for example, I say, no, I don't want. I want to place it per device. So that someone that is doing 2 devices in 1 hour, you will be paying the same rate as me that we do like 20 devices in 1 hour. I don't want that. That's BS. You understand? I want my own contract to be per devices. So if I do 1,000 devices a day, instead of, okay, maybe you place someone on, let's say, $1 a day. And if that $1 per hour, if that person is doing like 10 devices a day, so that's like 100. That's like 100, right? No, that's like $10, right? I don't want that, but I will say I want to share per devices. That's what I do. All this story is this: we are not inferior to anybody, and in reality, we can be better than those people that they think are better than us. But who owns the duty to prove to the world that we are better? We. Nobody is going to.
Ola. Let me. I agree with you, but you have to prove yourself beyond reasonable doubt before they can before you can achieve what they will achieve. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got your point now.
Hey, okay, let me tell you, when I got to Saudi Arabia, I was the first Nigerian doctor in my department, and I was the only consultant. All the other people that are working with me are specialists, and they are mostly Egyptians. At the time, I started hearing, because I didn't even understand their language, but the Egyptians also speak Arabic.
Arabic.
They started talking that that Nigerian doctor does not know anything, does not know anything. Then after like 3 months, another lady came and joined me in Nigeria also. So before 1 year, we now became like how many of us? Four of us, and we are the only consultants in the unit. They started peddling rumor. The Nigerian doctor doesn't know. But by the time they now see the way we are working and the way the patients that were complaining before, they were not complaining any longer. The management now see that the department is now functioning. But it took us a long time before they believe in us, because they are the one feeding the management. They understand the language. They will be the one that will go and be telling them, no, all this, lie to them that these are the things that we are doing and all those. And I'm very sure that is the same thing that you people will face in the Western world. You understand? For you to prove yourself as a black, where you are starting from is
Simba,
not the same place they are starting from, Ola.
Simba,
Yes.
exactly what you are talking about. People are talking here that, oh, I love degree. No, degree, my degree is my branding too. Someone once said that, okay, you guys, why don't you do certification? I said no, because the school I attend to, there are people here. I said, someone told me one day whether I speak English. Can you just imagine? The person speak.
Oh,
I
it's
was not
common. It's
angry.
very
I took it.
common.
No, I took it cool with the person. I said, do you know what? I said, okay. He said, you know, I said, you know, I said, you know where I come from? I say, I'm from Nigeria. Okay. Now, when the
Can an India person be competing with us in English? Did they even speak good English?
It was even Oyibo. It was even Oyibo here that asked me whether I speak English. Look, I dressed the person down. I dressed the person down because our projects crossed my projects. Because when I come to this place, you know, I didn't start as a call techie when I got to this place. So I started as a PM. I started as a PM. I did PM for like 17 months. And since that time, not again. Now, so asked me whether I speak English. I said, you know what? We are 120 million. We are about 200 million in Nigeria.
Is there any country that speak English more than Nigeria?
I waiting now. I waiting now. I said, if you divide Nigeria to 3, that's 60 million. I said that alone makes us more of English-speaking country than Canada. I said, look at it this way. I said one misconception here is that's why your English here is so erotic, and it's in the sense that you want to pronounce car, you have to say car. You have to pronounce every R. So, but when we pronounce, just because we were trained in received pronunciation, otherwise known as Queen's English. I said, Nigerians speak academic, standardized English. We don't speak straight English. I said, because that's how bad I can be when I'm trying to dress someone down. And I'll be just talking that and I'll be laughing, I'll be smiling, but I know that I'm dressing the person down for you to even try to ask me whether we speak English. Like seriously? Like seriously? So when
Ola, you know, it's an insult. When you start right from your cradle, you do all your instruction in English right from maybe kindergarten till you finish university. Then you want to now go
One
to
second, please. 1 second. Thomas, if you can hear me or one man, Chandu wants you to bring him in. If Thomas can hear us.
Maybe Thomas has gone to sleep, sir. Or one man, whosoever that can bring people in there.
So now you will not.
I dealt with that guy one day, that woman that day. I dealt with that
No,
woman.
Ola, you know, you now want to go. Maybe you want to go and school or you want to go and work maybe in UK, US, Canada, then somebody will be asking you to go and write IELTS. To me, so that means all these years, at least it will take somebody, let's say 6 years of primary school, 6 years of secondary school, probably 4 years in university. That is about 16 years of English. And
Simba,
then you will still say you don't know the English, that you have
wait
to go and write
now,
test again.
wait now. They now
But
ask
Simba, people they feel
someone
that
asked
exam
me
well, well.
that
Oh.
they
No,
need
let me
native
tell
English.
you, it's not any exam. Exam is not a true test of knowledge.
They don't
Let me
even do
tell you.
better than us in English. We do
You want
see.
to tell me that even that same exam, if their children, if their own people write it, they will pass?
Simba, let me tell you one thing. Because these people are so limited, they will tell you, oh, you have to speak active English, that they don't speak indirect. I say, it's telling you that they are limited too. Because, I got to know that English is artificial from one of my lecturer. That English is, although that was in Nigeria anyway. So, one thing is this. So one day someone asked that, okay, only native English speaker should apply for this. So when I apply for that, the Naga, but you are the
Can you
speaker.
imagine that? What did they
Wait
mean by
now,
native speaker?
wait now. I told them, I said Nigerians are native English speakers. I said, don't get it wrong. I said Nigerians are native English speakers. I said, do you know the type of English they speak in Nigeria? It's just because it's wrong. Okay, I asked, but now when Nigerians write, can you compare what Nigerian will write or Nigerian will speak to what an average person will speak on the street of Calgary? Because an average Nigerian will speak pure English, but you will mix your English with jargon. Nigeria is not going to tell you I gone that for where. Nigeria will never speak that way. Okay.
I gonna
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you one thing. A Britico, you will think because they are British, Abby, they don't pay working time, Abby. Okay, look at it this way. Okay. Oh, I've forgotten that. One funny quickly. No, not there. Another person say I wasn't come yesterday. No, not that one. Ìbọn yẹn orókò lání. Baba, ìbọn yẹn ó strong. I said there's a British. So a friend of mine was telling me, I said, oh, so I don't know. British woman yìnbọn. Okay? You is not here yesterday. You is not here yesterday.
You was there. You was there when I was telling you.
You was there yesterday. You understand? And they will tell you. No, it's funny to you, right? I swear. It's not.
Baba, I
It's
deal
true.
with them. I deal with them every day. So it's nothing.
It's true. It's true. Do you know one thing they say? Ní ìgboro Canada yìí, wọ́n ń ta àbọ̀.
Everywhere.
Ó
Even
ṣe
in
ìyẹn tó wà
Abidjan,
dúdú àwọ̀ funfun tó ní accent wọ́n ń ta ìbọn. Now, a lady asked me one day, although a lady I know the oníbàárà yẹn bó lè bọ̀ ni, one VP like that. Bóyá ọ̀rọ̀ bíi pé bóyá ọmọ street kan ní mi tó yẹ pé mo wá ẹni tó máa ràn mí lọ́wọ́. Ó fẹ́ máa wọlé sí mi lára. So, only on like your voice me money really. Only my voice sound like something. Money kilo go. Okay, don't worry. Money you will be bow. Mo bi to nlo. Emi o ma na lo pe mi ni. So, we are not discussing. She now asked me the question that where do you Nigeria? We say you Nigerians, where do you learn your English? Within myself, I was very like seriously. When English is the official language, we are in Nigeria. That's our primary language. So I said that's our primary language. Only you know why I asked. Only there is a lady in my office. Only me that I'm a native English speaker. You understand? Only maybe okay. So some of them will be telling you that maybe we take it for granted because we are native English speaker. But no. Only Nigerians are native English speakers too. Just like you find Australia, you find Britain, you find the Republic of Ireland, you find America, you find Canada. Money, Nigerians are native English speakers. Only do you know this girl will write, will speak, the only person that speak pure English in my office. Yes, because we speak received pronunciation, otherwise, money, we speak received pronunciation, otherwise known as Queen's English. Well, that's academic English that everybody around the world will understand. So,
ọ̀rẹ́ ìyàwó mi ti béèrè lọ́wọ́ mi pé ó ní ṣe mo major in English ni mi gbọ́ rí ẹni tí ò gbọ́ trice ni.
no,
Twice and
Biggie,
thrice.
no, tí ìgbọ́rí tó bá ti ń kọ sentence tó bá yẹ pé tó bá ti ń ju 8 words 10 words wọ́n máa wà confused wọ́n á sọ pé can you shorten your báwo like seriously ìgbà tí à ń write IELTS our complex word now ìyàn tó bá fọ́nì ní nísìnyí pé school gan-an tẹ̀ tó bá sọ léyìí ìgbà tí mo lọ school MBA ni mo ṣe ń gbà yẹn o tí bá ti wá kọ ọ̀rọ̀ bí àwa tá a ṣe MBA you be expecting that okay complex English gan na lie o wọ́n máa look for like 8 word to 10 word sentence can you imagine whereas ìgbà tá a ṣe IELTS wọ́n measure how complex the lexical structure tá à ń gbé sí pé how complex ló jẹ́ and people here they say no it's good to use active language it's just to use direct don't use indirect. Many of them will look indirect words, so they are trying to simplify even the English, and these people will be claiming that they know English better than you. Meanwhile, I want to indirect statement, direct statement, compound sentence. So, but where it is possible, they want to avoid compound sentence statements.
Oh yeah.
They want to. So because they don't. They said your English is difficult to read. I mean, like seriously, English don't need comma, don't need semicolon, don't need semicolon, don't need semicolon. So, what's the purpose of? Do you know what they are doing there? Some of them are dodging all those comma, all those punctuation mark. Some of them are avoiding it.
How come I call
these people are telling you that you cannot speak English? Can you just imagine that?
You don't start a sentence with because. Only you don't start a sentence with because. Foul. But I give up.
I need one guy when that when they oh my goodness. Now those people that were telling me when I initially say, oh, they don't understand your accent was it's very difficult to understand. But the moment they come back here, if a Nigerian that will work in corporate environment that you don't know how to write mail, I will question whether you actually work. Nigerians anchor pagidari mail. You know, when I started tracking the deliverable of these people, I was working like they release a report at 10 o'clock. Graphic, everything. Not only that, one skill programming, integrate everything. Better we machine update it. Result there, mama fly law or our bosses in the service manager, the VP marketing, everything. Clearly on that report. Even the person, the E-level management, they will know the person that is creating delay, that is causing delay. Ìjọ tí mo ṣe fún woman tó béèrè language tó béèrè bóyá kí à ń sọ pé do you guys even work? Oh my goodness. Ó miss deliverable gan. Ọ̀gá ìlú wa parí ẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ Saturday. Kí ni ẹ̀ create scene lọ́jọ́ Monday gan. Ẹ bí sọ pé mi ò ṣe anything. You all know ẹ mọ̀ pé graphic pé mo máa ní graphic àti mail. That's how I present my own. Since you guys say you don't understand, at least there are many ways you can communicate. I can communicate through visual. I can communicate through my email and I communicate the normal meeting. If I mean my set meeting and I get people come around, all I do is just to generate reports. ó sure pé wọ́n sì máa ríyàn ní láti bí like almost 10 years mo ti kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sì máa rẹ́ lómi tó máa rí mi ní street ìgbà tí ò ní lè kí mi nígbà tí gbogbo ojú wọn rí because mo make sure that I use my reporting to track everybody down to the point that nobody will come and tell me again whether we speak English in Nigeria. What? Can you ever ask a son of being in but I showed them, look, I will show you guys. Because when they want to discriminate against you, that's how they will start. Like the day someone asked me whether I've read 419. Oh my goodness. Immediately mention that 419 like this. Oh la golori mi ni pe iwo bi bawo. O ti ba were pade leni.
Then you have so many 419.
No.
Is a section in the law.
Money section in the law ni money but nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ni pé because any ka ìwé yẹn he was not talking about Nigerian cyber money. Money, it is true. Money the problem is pé téèyàn bá máa jalè ó máa ní accomplice pé kò ṣe nǹkan ló máa jà pé money, do you know that money the first question you want to ask yourself is this: why are those fraud normally not occurring in Nigeria that they occur in foreign country more than Nigeria? You want to think because of the power of the currency? Money, no. It's just because you guys are not security conscious and you intentionally left the window for fraudulent activities. Probably those guys have their own intention. Also for money, like back in Nigeria, as far back as 2007, they've implemented ship and pay ahead of many Western countries. But you guys, you are here saying it's going to cost you a lot of infrastructure. What infrastructure will look cost in? What infrastructure? You have most of some of this machine that after 5 years is out of lease, and you get another one that can be upgraded as software. What infrastructure? Look, and all these things you focus on Nigeria, only Nigeria, only Kolowo chat pay Nigeria could what else in Lara top 5 for you. I want to create cybercrime. Adake síbẹ̀ straight away. But when I saw fellow Nigeria, ẹ̀yin náà lè máa ń fà. Èmi tell me bá ti ṣe ìyàwó nu yín, tẹ́ bá ti get $50, ariwo aṣọ. Whereas àwọn India sì wọ́n gbà sí Canada CCRA to the Canada revenue here. Àwọn ló máa pè yín pé àwọn fraud kan ṣẹlẹ̀ lákìíní yẹn. Go and look at every tax crime in Canada here. They are mostly Indians. And why? Because they are so. That's why when you go get your phone, be very careful. You know they will ask for your social insurance number. The only reason why they cannot do that they will need to call you to do all those stuff. The stuff that they were using, once they are out of that job, they can no longer use that authentication application again. Instead, they want you. They want to use some kind of malware just to get you into their own system. So when you are getting all those phones, you already have your profile. Some of them, they stole the profile away. They will be calling you later. They will know your name. They will know your address. You start wondering, someone is calling you from India and he knows your address. How many Nigerians don't share? We know how many Nigerians don't share. You understand? So to me, you just need to discern our purpose. I mean, dominate by Simba, where are you?
I'm listening to you, Ola.
We are listening to you, how I'm be.
Yeah, so you know, sorrow.
Triumph here, Abako Dake Lataron.
No, that's triumph for you. He's a listener.
If you want to know Trump now, just say you have opportunity to.
Chioma, why did that call Chioma ginger?
No, just say you have opportunity to be getting a trailer of cement every day. And Trump will come immediately.
Triumph to Veko cheap Bobo Nigeria.
So where is Thomas? So
I mean we just need to. I think what we need more is we need to carry ourselves along.
I don't
but
know what we
Niger,
can do to have that. As I think I mentioned it before, to have this common goal. Hey, Ola, you
but
are
me I no
there.
go
You
lie
work
for
with
you.
the Indians.
After a while, me and I stayed away from Nigerians. I no go lie for you.
No, Simba, you say what?
Muni, you can no. It's just Biggie just collaborated. What I just wanted to say now.
Okay.
When I was talking earlier, I said a lady came after me and that's it. I thought, by the time we are getting more and more, I was happy that okay, now at least we can form a group and all those things. Alas, it was another calamity, though. In fact,
Wallahi.
this lady now sees me as her enemy.
As a rival,
Anything that I
yeah.
do, she will go and be complaining behind me. Even the people that she will be complaining to, they will not be the one telling me this is what she's saying. No, even some text messages they'll be sending it to me. Come and see what your sister is sending. You
Ah,
see? Ah,
that's one you mentioned. When I first walked in, I saw there was a lady there. Hey, that's what Nigeria, this thing. Jaga Jaga Nigeria. This thing. And I called that lady one day. I said, you are not messing Nigeria up. Oh. You are messing yourself up because it's just like you have a big bucket and you have some item in those buckets. Those items in those buckets, they are sub to that. So you are part of Nigeria. So if Nigeria is a whole Jaga Jaga, Nigeria is all those things. So you are seeing this in the presence of all those Oyibo. You've not even done your citizenship. You are calling yourself a Canadian, I'm a dog to say this thing. I say, it doesn't make you look good. And if you think these people, they really love you that way, you are missing it. The day they will fire that lady from that work, they said, what they told that lady, said they don't need this position again.
Wow.
Whereas someone that will resume in this position, they've talked to the person. They said they were scrapping that position. And they brought another Oyibo to replace that lady. The lady didn't even know initially. But when she got to know later, she now called me that. I said, Ola, and you were warning me. Oh. I said, well, what I was telling you that day is this. You look at your family. You started telling outside that my family is not good. Oh. My family is bad. Don't you know that you are a product of that family that you are saying is not good? Anything you say, any little mistake you make, they will be referring to your foundation. It's not from a good family.
It's like betraying your family for your enemy. Do you think your enemy will trust you?
You are betraying yourself as you are doing that. That's what you don't know.
that not what most of us are doing, even in a larger skinny, that people will come and be castigating their country. That country is so useless, is so hopeless. I wonder what you gain by doing that.
That's
They
why
don't
you
Some
never
people,
see me
by
on
the
the
time
regular
they are,
session. I said that's why you never see me. I can't stand the way people talk about Nigeria. I can't stand it. In fact, if I'm on a regular
I
session,
said there was a day,
I'll be worse than Ghanaian.
we are on Kaisoria. Ola, you know that Kaisoria, that Kenya, this thing that one man used to partner
One
with.
man, yeah.
I know him, yeah.
I
And
watch
we
it when
were
I'm
talking,
working.
we were just even talking generally that day. Then two Nigeria just came and started and changed everything to be about Nigeria. Hey, Nigeria where there is no road, Nigeria where there is no electricity, Nigeria where is, I was amazed. I said, but that was not what we are not discussing Nigeria here. Sorry. We're not discussing Nigeria. We are talking about Africa generally. Why did you change the topic to Nigeria? And then what do you start? What are you trying to do? And all of them will say, is that not the truth? Is that not what do you what okay?
Ìṣèbóhun ló
If it
débi tí
is
ọmọ Judah ẹ máa Judah akọ̀ bọ́ síbẹ̀ ní
tó máa
Cameroon
sọ̀sọ̀kúsọ
akọ̀
Cameroon tó
bẹ̀rẹ̀
jẹ́
sí
pé wọ́n tiẹ̀ ní
rubbish
tó
náà.
jẹ́ pé is only one rule that they have in their country. And you will never hear Judah complaining about his country, even when the president is even using Pampers.
He's
You
somewhere in
understand?
Switzerland.
I said there was a day I was with one of my colleagues. We were talking with some Egyptians, and the guy was talking about Nigeria, and the Egyptian was telling him that what is happening in your country is not different from what is happening in Egypt. He said, no, no, don't say that. My country is worse. My country is this. I just opened my mouth. I was just looking at him. I said, so when he now finished, I said, okay, so what did you gain now by selling your any ọba tara ilé rẹ lọ́pọ̀? Ṣó máa rí rà lọ́wọ́n ni?
Yeah.
Because if you are ridiculing your country, it rubs on you. It rubs on you. And because if somebody call himself a citizen of American citizen and he goes to any country, he can boldly say that I'm a citizen, and they will give him that respect. But if we are the one using our mouth to badmouth our own country, and you think that you go, the thing will not affect you, it will affect you, whether you like it or not.
Baba, if you want to know how this works, when you are with okay, you are not in America here. When you sit down with people in America here and you're discussing the basic things about America, you just get to the point where you start talking about the bad part of America. Most of them will change the conversation.
You are telling me even people, if you want to talk about America on this platform, even Ajali Koko that used to talk bad about Nigeria, he will not allow you to. He will never allow. He will say no, it's not happening in America. It's like America is 100% perfect. That's the way we'll be painting it.
No, but there are some situations I will talk about Nigeria, but not just without purpose. Like when Buhari was there now, you understand? There's nothing.
No, let me Ola, you don't get what I'm saying. Let me tell you, you can abuse your leader. Do you understand? So you can say, your president is what?
That's what I want us to
You
clarify.
can talk about your president. You can talk about the way they are doing. It's not, but it's not. Let me give you another example. I was on Twitter, and they showed the picture of a woman with four. She has a 4 sons, and they are all in military. One is a 2 army, to 1 naval officer, and 1 air force. If we see the response of one guy, he said, look at this woman in a cost country like Nigeria. He used cost. Can you imagine that in a cost country like Nigeria, why is she endangering the life of her children? You can see some people are already giving, this is a lovely family, may God protect them, may God. You can see is where that useless one is coming from, that is in a cost country like Nigeria. Cost.
You see, people are not they don't understand the difference between talking about leadership and talking about the system. For example, now you can't tell me now that the school in Nigeria that, even though I may know something about it, depends. You can't come now and be telling me that the engineers in Nigeria now they are half-baked. Now lie, I no go agree, because those are part of the certificate that brought me here. And you cannot demarket me. Trust me. I'm not going to, because once you mention my school, once you mention some of those things, I can talk about increasing the standard, though. But when you are seeing that Nigerian graduate, they are unemployable, all those things, you are looking for my trouble. Because I will fight you to finish. Because you are demarketing me. It's not going to fly with me. But if you are talking about where we can improve, I agree with you. Because to me, over time, I know how they teach here. The difference between teaching here, for example, is this. They have opportunity to practice directly what they are doing. But you have opportunity to learn the theory and to imagine. Meanwhile, if you still want to practice it in Nigeria too, you will practice it, because a person like me now, I practice my own. Even my cousin that studied building engineering, building tech. You understand? The two of them, only one of them didn't build house while in school. I'm telling you. while in school, the two of them built house, personal house. You understand? A built his own personal house, the other built his own. The only person that didn't build house, and that's a lady. You understand? They were actually practicing what they were doing. They were building for people while they were still undergrad, doing the undergraduate. You understand? A person like me too, during my audition, I was already doing wiring, doing some kind of three-phase motor wiring, doing some kind of thing. So I still had the opportunity to use my electrical. What I like, you understand? What I like, gone by. I went for IT with Odua Testilo. You understand? Lobaton. You understand? So I will be coming here now. Someone will be telling me that education in Nigeria is. I will ask you, what education are you even talking about? Are you talking about accounting? Are you talking about medicine and surgery? Because I ask people that now, if Nigerian education is that bad in terms of what you are talking about, then you won't have medical doctor in Nigeria. He said those people are different. Okay, what about the pharmacists? What about the nurses? You understand? Because normally, they like to use we engineers to say, oh, all those things, engineers that cannot build, cannot repair, they cannot remove tire from car. You know, it took me time sometimes to tell you the duty of an engineer is not to be changing car tires. Engineers are different from mechanic. Just get that right. If you want to accuse someone that is not as good, then talk to people that went to technical school. Even the fact that you did automobile in your undergraduate does not mean that you will be a roadside mechanic. If you want, that's another skill entirely. Yeah, you can develop yourself. That's personal development. So what am I saying is that people don't know. You can say something among yourself. It's okay. But when you see external people, you see Oyibo, you see India, but you are not saying that the level of your education is terrible. And I will give you one line here. Go and cross-check this fact. When you get HND from Nigeria, for example, if you evaluate it with America, it's equivalent to bachelor degree. Go and cross-check my lies. Now,
you're right.
If you come to Canada, I say you have 3 years graduate diploma. No, a 3-year diploma and 1-year graduate certificate. What is that telling you? They are even telling you that HND that they despise in Nigeria is even higher. Because 3 years diploma is almost equivalent to your bachelor degree, and then with a year graduate certificate. That's what Canada will call it. Now, this is where the lie is coming from. Some guy went to India to do MBA because they wanted to do Canada immigration. You know, when they finished the evaluation with West, they said their certificates were just some certificate in undergraduate. And that was supposed to be like master degree program with India. No, they said it was not. They said it was not a graduate program. HND, you have HND in India, so the equivalent of HND in India is not even closer to Nigeria HND. Fact, check with West. You understand? So that's why within ourselves we can say, okay, maybe the education should have been better. Like my MBA now, for example. My MBA is as good as working. Because we were practically consulting. We were practically attending to live scenario. Not all about academic. We have the academic part of it, but all those case study, all those stuff. We are just like practically, just like when you are doing PhD that they'll be paying you. You are doing research, in fact, it's like you are solving real problem. Not that you are not all those PhD. It's not all PhD that is that academic. It's like you are actually providing solution to problem. As long as you are not doing all those PhD that you have to pay money for, because many PhD, because you want to do PhD in like STEM now, it's better for you to go for those ones that they will give you grants and they'll be paying you rather than you paying the school. So those are the things. But when people are trying to downgrade our education just to get favor from Uiboe, or maybe because you have opportunity to study here, no, you are demarketing yourself. If not because of Nigeria that they've excelled here, some people will have used their mouth to finish education from Nigeria without even knowing that the purpose is to that. Because, like for me now, our style of education is like that of United Kingdom. It's not the same as America. You know. So I
Ola,
got
what we used to do to ourselves is like some people once you even see some people that have maybe they have foreign education, like maybe they are trained in UK or whatever. They will be the one also castigating our own system just because they know that maybe they are there and the other people, you know, our situation is just too. I don't understand.
no. So some are some don't think deeply before they say all those things. But thankfully, the system here, or like okay, even look back at Nigeria now, for example. Look at how the government will even look down on HND. You know, it's just because of those people. That's why people don't want to do HND today in Nigeria. You know, in Canada, here, you understand? In Canada, here, they don't, when they want to employ you, two things. Yeah, your MBA, your master's degrees, we have some situation that will be so useful. But many jobs you are looking for here, there are those jobs that some people do not even have degree. Just certification from all these Azure, AWS will be enough, or years of experience. We'll be in the same office. Some people will have master. Okay, let me give you one funny thing. Although this is for some certain school, I won't, for legal reason, I won't mention the name of that university. There are so many people that went to a particular university, they have PhD in information technology, and they are still earning 75,000 per annum. Some people, they only have Azure, CCNA or CCA or CCNP, just certification, and they earning like 110,000.
Why is it like that?
Because now we make a joke here that when you graduate from university here, and if you are not doing anything with your certificate after 2 years, your certificate has it's a general joke that after 2 years, your certificate has expired. What they mean is that when you graduate from university here and you don't practice what you learn, your certificate to some employers is no longer valid, because there is a reality between your school and when you are outside, because by that time they expect you to have picked a field.
And that one is understandable.
Yeah, that's why we normally joke.
Even in our own profession, if you are applying for a job, they will ask you for your letter of experience. And that letter of experience, they don't want a break. You understand? Like, okay, you now say that you stay for like maybe 1 or 2 years without doing anything, or something that is not related to medicine. They will not take you.
Exactly. Because you've
Because
lost touch.
what I notice is that our own work is more practical, and is something that you have to be doing regularly. If not, you lose touch immediately. Even if I go on vacation for like 1 or 2 months, by the time I come back, I will still need some level of adjustment.
I
You understand?
agree. No, that's reality, the Simba. That's reality. I once did one interview, and I applied for a contract job somewhere. So the person was now asking me for certification. I now told her, I said, I normally get general certification and academic. I don't do product certification. You know, he asked me why. I just told the person, because I'm always hands-on. So what you want to ask from me, I have my laboratory where I do everything. So if I spend money to set up my laboratory, if I do this in every day, I don't need to prove anything to you. What you need to ask me is, number one, if you are not asking for the job that I've done for my portfolio, you simply set up your laboratory and ask me to do something. Give me the scenario. I don't need anything to prove to you. And I told the person, say, eventually, if you employ me, you are ready to pay. Because I told the person, I say, okay, like, look at one of my graduate certificate now. A former employer paid for it. Or he said, oh, we don't pay for academic. I said, okay, I know whatever you paid for, it's okay. You understand? So if you are going to pay me, you pay me. And you pay for me, I do it. But that I will go, no, I say no. Because the certification that are outside now, they are so crazy that you can be confused. But if you have general academic, you have academic base, you understand the rudiment already. All those, you know, all those things I just put up base. So you will just, because not only you want to get certification for Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Microsoft Cloud, Amazon, you can't do everything. So it's confusing. But once you have just computer science that deal with enough, all you just need to do on the job, you keep learning. So you keep learning. So the way this place runs is this: they pay you based on your experience. What can you do? You understand? Everything is not certificate, because, like, although there's a field that we normally argue with, is that there are some people that call themselves a self-taught software engineer, and some of us that attended school learn software engineering from school. We are not the same at all, as some people will want us to believe. We are not the same. You understand? We are not the same. So here, it's all about your experience, not about your certificate.
I think
So,
it's better to about what you can do rather than certificate. That is
yeah,
one of the problem we have in Nigeria. People lay
that's
more
exactly what I
emphasis
want to
on
say.
certificate.
Exactly. They will tell you HND can get to this level, BSc can get to this
Mhm.
stage,
Even if
SC
you are
cannot
even
get
if you
to
are
this
useless.
stage. So that's why that people that are not that thing they pay me, that people that are not supposed to be in the university, they are there. Why do you think they have exam anyway? To people think they don't cheat here, right? The examination practice said is, in fact, now first class. You understand? Because those are the kind of mythology that we don't think before. We think Oyibo don't cheat. Oyibo cheat. In fact, it's even worse when you're a computer science student. Your own level of cheating, if you want to cheat, is even higher than others, because in this era of ChatGPT, oh my goodness. I was reading about the plagiarism dictator that Stanford University wrote, that some universities they are subscribing to. As perfect as that plagiarism detector is, trust me, Simba, it can't detect everything. It can, and there are so many websites these days now that people pay for to write their assignment. You understand? Oh, some people say, oh, people online are the ones cheating. Now, like, even people on campus. Because most of the assessment in this environment is assignment based. And if you want to force, and if university are now, but what some universities are now doing is they make 50% exam that be pro touch. That's the only thing they take to share. So, but when you look at Nigerian situation too, you see that we are so disciplined that you will use your hand to write on the exam. So, if I want to rate the system overall, when we are talking to examination malpractices, this Western world are not better than Nigeria. That's just the fact. But where the examination malpractices were supposed to exist, you will do interview, Abby. You will shit out of school, right? You won't get a job. That's just the difference. Because although 101 is there, man no man day is there, that okay, because of people you know, you can even get job here without interview. But where some people want to, because you can't go to school now and you perform examination malpractices and you want to go and work with Netflix. Even you, that you graduate, that you even do your dean list, some kind of test they will give you, man, you may not be able to pass it. You learn, give you. It's not as if you will not be a nonsense person for school. But the type of exam they will put in for, you can't go and work it with Google, shitting out of school. You want to work with Google, you want to work with Netflix, it's not going to. But I'm still telling you that some people, they still shit in the university. That's why some of them will never get a job. That's just the difference. But are we both shitting in the exam? Man, you know what? It's only that everything about Nigeria is loud. These people, they are worse than Nigeria when it comes to that. In this country, or some of those certification exams you are doing, you know that people shit in certification exam and camera is facing them. Do you know? Someone will be in China, will be writing exam for you. Some people will just say before the screen, they will just be moving mouse. But those people that are doing the exam, they're in the back end. As I speak to you, in fact, if I can find solution to that problem alone, as I speak to you, here, I become multimillionaire overnight, multi-million dollars richer overnight.
You know, there are some boys in India that they write CCNA for people.
They are doing interview for people in America. That's where I'm even surprised. Simba, you understand what I'm saying? You apply for a job. They are doing interview for you because some of the interview will be on phone. Simba is the person they want to employ, but Biggie is the one doing interview for Simba doing interview. Have you ever heard of that one in Nigeria? But when people want to demonize Nigeria, the way they will talk about Nigeria, you will think that, oh, people here are saints. Simba is the person that want to work, but Biggie is the one helping Simba to do the interview. It's happening in America. Simba, I'm not joking.
I know people that will write CCNA for you with $300. You are sure?
I know, Biggie. You know that one. They do that one within the eternity. Look at this way now. I'm on my computer now, for example. Camera is looking at me. Now, you will think the software that they are using to write that exam is monitoring it. Man, they bypass everything. So they have a way of installing. The virtual machine VM behind. So someone writing that exam, it already has some tunnel. You know, if people that knows about system very well, system development very well.
I know what
they've already created some kind of tunnel that is connecting your machine. So you are just dressing with your mouth, but someone doing the exam is at the back end, and the software that they use to monitor exam will be looking at you as if you are the one writing the exam. I'll be serious. The only thing is that you are just moving mouse, but you are not the one writing the exam. As I speak to you, Biggie, we are still finding solution. We are still finding solution to that. That is why many schools today they will prefer to give you
your interview.
You say?
There's a software that can assist you with your interview.
Oh. The one that will change voice, Abby?
It doesn't change voice, no. It's just a matter of you repeat. It's just a matter of you repeating the question.
Can you imagine that? So ìgboro ti dàrú. When you are talking of cybercrime, honestly,
And you guys, me, I'm going now.
we say one go self.
All right, all right, all right.
Simba. Biggie.
All right. Have a good
Well
night.
done. Good night.
Mm.
these recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. These recent elections.
Competence. It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn. eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodo min money, do min darty. Yo go to phone body bucket as a party. And when I'm better, min garti. Min gari zude kari party. Kodo min money, do min darty. Yo go to phone body bucket as a party. Hey, chuga gamne welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamon bale sim. Min nyala fije nange jamon lengi mbada tin. On saha kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.